Check it out, check it out. It's time to rock. It's time to rock. It's time to rock. Hey, yo, the party don't stop. It's time to rock. It's time to rock. It's time to rock. Hey, yo, we take it to the top. It's time to rock. It's time to rock. It's time to rock. We go hard in the block. It's time to rock. It's time to rock. It's time to rock. Yeah. Yo, the party didn't start till my crew walked in, and it probably won't end till we hit the door again. Got a bottle of gin and a couple of friends. We about to set the vibe right, and yo, we on it again. Country in the mud, Bama is hell. Listen up, little homie, I got a story to tell. The championship, we about to win. Celebrate all night and then we do it again. Check it out, check it out. It's time to rock. It's time to rock. It's time to rock, and yo, the party don't stop. It's time to rock. It's time to rock. It's time to rock, and yo, we take it to the top. It's time to rock. It's time to rock. It's time to rock. We go hard in the block. It's time to rock. It's time to rock. It's time to rock. We go hard. We go hard. Yeah, yeah. Oh my God, we go hard. Oh my God, we go hard. Yeah, yeah, we go hard. Yeah, yeah, we go hard. Yeah, yeah, we go hard. We go hard. We go hard. Check it out now. It's time to rock. Rock and yo, the party don't stop. It's time to rock. It's time to rock. Check it out, check it out. It's time to rock. Rock and yo, the party don't stop. It's time to rock. It's time to rock. It's time to rock. We go hard. We go hard. Yeah, yeah. Oh my God, we go hard. Oh my God, we go hard. Yeah, yeah, we go hard. Yeah, yeah, we go hard. Yeah, yeah, we go hard. We go hard. We go hard. Check it out now.
Go get a hold of yourself. The world's trying to tear you down. It's like you're gonna need some help. A good job I'm around. I'll be bringing my all tonight. Nothing's gonna stop me now. This whole place is gonna be mine. I'm gonna run this town. Have you heard about me? I'm the man around here. I'm the mayor of this town.
Because we all love music. We in this house. They call it house. But it's a love house, y'all. Because we all love music. We in this house. They call it house. But it's a love house, y'all.
And I ain't ready to break rules, play dirty foul.
Welcome to day 2 of wheelchair rugby action at the 2023 Warrior Games Challenge at Naval Air Station North Island in San Diego, California. A full slate of games on day 1 saw defending gold medalist Air Force soar to the top of the pool standings with 3 victories. But Team Navy cruised through the opening round as well. The top 2 seeds are on a collision course, but Army, SOCOM, and the Marine Corps are all in the hunt to see who'll be going for gold. It's the final round of pool play for wheelchair rugby at the 2023 Warrior Games Challenge. Coming up next.
Welcome back. Day 3 of the Warrior Games Challenge out here in San Diego, California. Day 2 of wheelchair rugby prelims. You can see behind me, teams are getting ready to warm up. We've got lots of action to bring you today. Cannot wait to see what these athletes have in store for us. But while you wait for everything to get started out here, check out this quick message from our hosts, the U.S. Army.
The soldiers of the U.S. Army stand watch around the clock, across the globe. They face a uniquely challenging lifestyle. That's where U.S. Army family and morale, welfare, and recreation plays a critical role, with programs designed to enhance their quality of life. Corporate partnerships with Army MWR are a powerful tool to weave your brand into military life experiences of today's well-educated and brand-loyal soldiers. Build your brand with the strength of the U.S. Army.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the 2023 Warrior Games Challenge here at Naval Air Station North Island in San Diego, California. I'm John Magrino, along with my partner, Pat Parnell. We are in day 2 of wheelchair rugby action, and Pat, if day 1 was any indication of how intense and how exciting this competition is, day 2 is going to prove even better because we've got teams jockeying for position for the medal round.
Absolutely. What a great way to start it. You saw the usual suspects, defending champs. We knew that they were going to bring that level that got them to the gold medal round and secured the title. But then it's all these new players really stepping it up. And I think all of us were surprised because, like you said, we're that much closer to the medal round now. Now everything is at stake, and I expect a lot of stuff left on the court to play here.
We've got 2 undefeated teams left in Air Force and Navy. They'll take on each other a little bit later on today in a match everyone's been looking forward to. But Air Force has to get past Army first in our opening game. Let's take a look at the rules.
So when you talk about wheelchair rugby, it's real simple. Think of basketball rules mixed with hockey penalties, or even to take it one step further, you've got the aspect of pro soccer and then the finesse and the speed of hockey all wrapped and rolled into one. Oh, and throw in some demolition derby. That is really what it's about, is the contact of this sport.
So really, Pat, if you were just watching this for the first time, the basic idea is you've got to try to get the ball across the opponent's goal line with 2 wheels inbounds and prevent your opponent from doing the same.
Well, you make it sound easier than it is, for sure.
Well, yesterday was just an unbelievable example of tenacity and aggressiveness, and I expect the same today, especially, as you said in our opener, where you've got the medal rounds at stake, teams jockeying for position, trying to find who's going to play their way into the gold. And to be fair, right now it's anybody's ball game. Pool play obviously is important, but every single team still controls their own destiny.
Well, you have to talk about the obvious elephant in the room, and that is just the sheer force of Air Force and their dominance, not just on their record, but you watch these teams within the team that develop during different quarters. You have Krim always there on the inside, and then you have Holly, and then you throw in Nebraska, and there's not a weak link on this team, and that's I think what's really going to be interesting to watch is who can battle and who can stop Team Air Force.
Air Force had their way really 2 days ago, defeating Marine Corps and defeating Team SOCOM, so they're undefeated. Army comes in, losing their first 3 games, Pat, but they've gotten better in every match. They lost to SOCOM by 15, wound up falling to the Marine Corps as well by the same. But in Navy, they gave them a pretty good shot, only falling by 10. But I think they're looking to improve on that today. Let's take a look at the Army starting lineups. We've got Sergeant Dalton Apodaca, Specialist Timothy Capps, Specialist Colin Matthews, and Sergeant Kalen McClendon. That's your starting 4 on the floor for Team Army. Team Air Force, they'll be the visiting team on the scoreboard for today's contest. You've got Staff Sergeant Gregory Walker, Staff Sergeant Colton Grimm. You also have Senior Airman Daryl Holly and Staff Sergeant Carly James. That is a formidable starting lineup, Pat. Our officials for Game 1, Andy Miller and Kent Sullivan.
The officials for today's match, Andy Miller and Kent Sullivan.
So 2-0 Air Force taking on 0-3 Team Army in the first contest of the day. Air Force looking to stay undefeated. They've got a huge matchup of Team Navy coming up next in this game, or coming up after this game. Army looking to put their first win in the column, put themselves in a position to make some noise to get into the medal round. We're about ready for the opening tip. It's Gregory Walker for Team Air Force, and we've got Colin Matthews for Team Army. And we're underway. Daryl Holly. Gets it over to Carly James, and just like that, Air Force jumps on the scoreboard.
Interesting, too, watching Air Force in practice, really working on those blind passes. I expect to see a lot of showtime from Holly.
Dalton Apodaca in the backcourt, and we've got a 12-second violation, Pat, so the first turnover of the game, and Air Force will take possession. This is Daryl Holly for Team Air Force. He's guarded by Colin Matthews. Holly making a move, trying to get in. Inside.
There's that Holly Grimm, the team within the team. I love the combo of these two, the way they work together. They are so in sync.
Colton Grimm and Air Force up to a 2-0 lead. And there's an interception by Colton Grimm. Forward ahead to Daryl Holly.
Can he get it? Yes! Look at the reach on that.
Think Team Air Force is motivated?
Huh. They are coming out swinging.
And what we noticed yesterday, Pat, is Team Air Force, they are relentless defensively. There's a forward pass up to Grimm.
So a penalty. Defense goal awarded on that. And Air Force is just doing a great job of instantly stifling any chance that Army has. Full assault right now.
Kalen McClendon in the backcourt for Team Army. Gets it up to Tim Capps. He's harassed by Daryl Holly with a pass to Kevin Reyes.
Wow. Really making them have to work for these goals.
So Team Army gets on the scoreboard here with 7:30 to go. You know, we saw yesterday Air Force everybody that or the two teams that they played yesterday would stay close for a little bit, and then they would go on a run, and then you just couldn't, too much to overcome. Carly James takes it in for Team Air Force.
This is definitely a shock and awe approach. I mean, Army, they still look almost rattled. They're trying to find what just happened.
Strong backcourt pressure applied by Air Force. Holly looking to cut off the path, and he does, gets it to Caps. Caps looking for room.
Wow, and Grimm with a good deflection there, stopping any chance to make the conversion for Army.
Tyler Will checks in for Team Army.
I am really impressed with the tempo that Air Force is starting off with.
Here's Will. Passes ahead to Kevin Reyes. And Reyes dishes it off to Tim Caps. But the goal is disallowed. We've got action going on behind us at court number 2 with the Marine Corps and SOCOM. There's a lot of hitting behind us, Pat.
We are in the midst of the demolition derby. Here's
Daryl Holly with a move.
Wow. And the facial expression of Holly after a move like that, just steely focus, cool as a cucumber.
Never changes. Doesn't matter the score. Daryl Holly's focused.
And that move right there, just turning on a dime, laser precision.
Air Force with a 6-1 lead midway through the first quarter. Tyler Will brings it in for Army.
You watch how much longer it takes for Army to score than Air Force. Air Force, by doing that, really wearing Army down early in this matchup. Wow.
Here's Daryl Holly again. And an easy pass. Colton Grimm, he backs his way in for the score.
You have to love that fun flick and then just kicking it into reverse.
The defending gold medalist coming out on fire. Army, the number 4 seed in the tournament. Tyler Will tries to get through Daryl Holly, and he does. Air Force set up a little bit of a gauntlet there with Daryl Holly and Greg Walker, but Tyler Will was able to get his way through. And we have a substitution for Team Air Force. Josie Arevalo enters the game. Here's Holly. And it looks like a defensive penalty in the key, Pat. That's going to be a point for Air Force. Army cannot afford to give away points. This is Tyler Will. Exactly, Tim Caps. Here's Holly. Grimm setting up in the key, and Holly's going to take it in. That's a defensive penalty. That's going to be another point for Team Air Force. I like the effort by Army. I like the effort. Take a look at Holly. We talked yesterday all day about how he has just got complete control, quick passes, quick turns. And he tried to get in past Tyler Will, and he was able to do just that. Big action in the key. And that's going to be a turnover for Team Army. We'll see Daryl Holly in action with wheelchair basketball kicks off in a few days. Another defensive penalty on Army inside the key. That results in an Air Force point. And Army's going to take a timeout and discuss it.
The speed and intensity that Air Force came out with this game was just, it's unnerving. And Army rattled for those first few minutes, but then you saw them kind of get their bearings straight and assess, and really started to disrupt the defense of Air Force. I was really impressed how a team like Army with no wins under their belt at this point was able to kind of find the wherewithal to deal with it in real time.
So right now in that huddle, you know that Team Army is telling everybody to settle down, play their game, don't give away points, because right now Air Force has benefited. I believe it's 4 defensive penalties in the key that's given Air Force, and that's the difference in the ball game right now.
Should also point out there's components of the Air Force team we haven't even seen. Nebraska hasn't even played yet, and I expect great things out of Nebraska. We saw a really good partnering with him and Holly working together on Saturday's matches.
Army averaging 20 points per game coming into today's contest. Air Force averaging over 32 a game, Pat. Some discussions about the correction of the scoreboard. The scoreboard reads Air Force with an 8-4 lead, but they're contesting the fact they believe that a defensive penalty was not counted as a point, so their argument is that it should be 9. Officials are trying to sort this out.
Well, it's safe to say, coach for Air Force, very, very spirited athlete and competitor himself.
Play hasn't even resumed yet, Pat, and we still have battles going on over here in the middle of the court with Deion Jones and Daryl Holly.
Holly keeps pressure with a capital P. So now a chance for Air Force. James, she'll take the ball.
So Air Force does get the point. Under 2 minutes to go.
Oh!
There's Holly to Colton Grimm again.
That lofty pass that we've seen so many times with Holly and Grimm.
How many times did we see that yesterday?
Oh. Too many to count. It's paying dividends on the scoreboard.
Here's Dalton Apodaca with a push. And he gets run into by Josie Arevalo, and he gets it over to Deion Jones.
Interesting. So a lot of words exchanged on the baseline there. Army not getting the nod on that one.
Good job by Apodaca to get the ball to Jones, but that did not count. They called an offensive penalty. Under a minute to go. Air Force with a 10-4 lead. And they've reached the end of the first quarter over on court number 2. The Marine Corps holding a 10-6 lead over SOCOM. Both of those teams jockeying for position to get 3rd place in the pool standings.
Wow.
And there's Grimm.
The flick, the intensity on that pass, the speed. No chance that Army.
Holly calling for a full court press.
Wow. Really holding him down here.
Gets it across the line to Deion Jones. Jones is stood up by Arevalo. To Apodaca. Back to Jones. And a great play by Arevalo and Grimm in the key.
Amazing pressure by Air Force, but hats off to Army getting awfully creative with the ball movement.
That was Dalton Apodaca who snuck in on the left side.
to love the attempt by Holly. No.
And a great play by Colin Matthews, but time runs out on Army here in the first quarter. At the end of one quarter of play, Team Air Force 11, Team Army 5.
So Team Air Force coming out like a bolt of blue lightning. Army initially rattled, then finally finding their gear. And I'm impressed. The fact that it's only 11-5 on the board right now, John, I am actually really surprised that Army's holding their own, and they're able to find a couple of ways in to disrupt that normally impenetrable defense that Air Force has had with every other matchup.
So Air Force is the only team that played 2 games yesterday, so they're fairly, they're in fairly good from a stamina standpoint. Army comes in losing the first 3 contests, and then you got to run into a well-rested Air Force in your opening game of day 2. That's not an enviable task.
We also had athletes that competed yesterday in cycling as well.
We're going to take a live look on court number 2, where Team Marine Corps and Team SOCOM are going at it as they just started the second quarter. The Marine Corps holding a 9-6 lead.
So lots of wheelchair rugby action. See if Air Force can maintain the intensity. Lots of pressure.
So the Marine Corps and SOCOM on court number 2. Should the Marine Corps handle SOCOM on court 2, looks like they'll clinch the 3rd spot for the medal round and probably have to face either Air Force or get another shot at Navy, who they played right down to the wire last night. A lot to play for the Marine Corps. A lot has to happen, of course. Got plenty of action coming your way before the pool standings get sorted out. And here we are back on court number 1. Air Force with an 11-5 lead over Army. Army will inbound. This is Tim Capps.
And just coast in. Way too easy on that one. Having some good words with Grimm there.
It looked like a little bit of confusion there. Colton Grimm looked like he had great position. You see Capps coming around, and a good hard right turn, and Grimm had nothing to do. Couldn't handle it.
I'll tell you what happened.
And here's Grimm responding on his own, Pat.
Yep. The best way to get back is to get to the other side and score another goal.
Yep, to quote Ted Lasso, you got to have the mind of a goldfish. You just go right back at play and do the next play. 12-6 Air Force. Coming up on 9 minutes to play here in the first half. Here's Capps, and he tried to hand it off to Anna Walker. Stifled by Air Force.
Nebraska, we mentioned a lot of the athletes doing triple, some multiple events. Nebraska, silver medalist in the cycling yesterday.
Good pass by Grimm to Carly James, and she takes it in. Carly James, we commented so much about her on day 1, about how incredibly active she is on the defensive side, and offensively she sets great blocks. Now she gets to put herself in the scoring column.
The assisting of James is really impressive.
Capps looking for somebody to be open, and he's got nothing. Looked like he tried to get it inside to Michael Rayford, but that pass sailed out of bounds.
James into Grimm. And Nebraska waiting for the set play. He'll take off to the far corner. Beautiful block.
Arevalo with the perfect block.
Josie Arevalo sets up Colton Grimm. Outstanding job.
Calling for that pressure again. Air Force really staying heavy on Army right now.
Michael Rayford, he's rammed into by Moses Nebraska. Gets it out to Tyler Will across the timeline. He is hammered by Arevalo. Michael Rayford. And Patty has nowhere to pass it.
Wow, just completely locked up. Nebraska not giving an inch.
Caps trying to get it inside to Will to thread the needle, and Nebraska was there to bat it away.
That is the Air Force Army Wall I was talking about.
And wholesale substitutions for Team Army. A new 4 on the floor. This is Grimm taking it across center court. Carly James setting herself up.
Oh, just over the tips of James.
Some confusion on the Army defensive side. Trying to get into proper position. Air Force maintains possession. This is Colton Grimm. Big hit by Nebraska, top of the key. Watch Grimm slide in behind. Yep.
Oh, batted away.
Five to shoot, or 5 to go.
Nebraska, big arc, gets it to James, up and over.
And Arevalo almost got in, but the time clock goes out. 40-second violation. That'll be Army ball.
I like what Nebraska was thinking there, trying to rush it forward, that massive throw to James.
Inbounds play to Colin Matthews. Gets it back to Kaylin McClendon. McClendon pressured by Josie Arevalo. 12-second shot ticking down. Colin Matthews. And here's the 12-second violation. Outstanding defense in the backcourt by Air Force.
Pressure has been relentless by Team Air Force.
And a fresh 4 on the floor for Air Force as Daryl Holly returns.
And you have to,
along with Justin James.
And you have to think, Air Force, they're not just about winning. They want to win by a huge margin, and that has shown in every game. Even when they've had an 8-10 point lead, they're still hustling as hard as we've seen in early quarters of play.
Here's Holly. Tries to slip in behind Justin James, and we've got a whistle. That's going to be an offensive foul called on Team Air Force. So Army will take over. Coming up to 4 minutes to go here in the first half. 8-point lead for the Air Force. Air Force looking to improve to 3-0. Take a look at the foul here, Pat.
Yeah. It looks like off.
Yeah, it looked like that.
Right.
Exactly. It looked like it was on Greg Walker.
Wow.
And here comes Dion Jones.
Oh. And Nebraska.
Dion Jones, a veteran of 2 Warrior games, both in 2020 and 2022. He is the most experienced member on Team Army and shows his stuff right there.
And Holly hasn't taken a break. He's just looks fresh as ever. So good at setting the rhythm of all their plays. And why not? When it works,
That's the Daryl Holly experience. You might think that you're getting a run. Army feeling pretty good about their sets, and then there's Daryl Holly to just knock you right
The
back.
Holly shuffle. Makes it look so easy, the way he maneuvers his chair.
Relentless defense by Air Force, and there's the 12-second violation. They've got that backcourt pressure.
You see that the lead for Air Force, it's growing, but if Army can start to disrupt more and more of those plays and get those fast breaks, they'll have a fighting chance.
Just a suffocating defense.
Yeah.
Their defense sets up their offense better than any team.
Oh!
That pass was intended for Chris Farrell, but it sails out of bounds. Dalton Apodaca looking for an outlet pass. And he does get it to Deion Jones. But we've got a backcourt violation. Outstanding job by Justin James.
Well, you saw how James came in and slowly but surely just wedged and slid him back.
(15-7) Air Force leading Army. This is Holly. Looking for Farrell. (20 seconds on the play clock.
Forcing him to re-rack. And Holly's great at this.
He's got
Waits-
Farrell.
Oh!
Can't handle it. It'll stay with Air Force. 1 minute to play here in the first half.
Starting to see a little uptick in the feistiness of Army.
Good play
Really
there on
stopping these-
defense.
Yeah, stopping those plays in motion. So now a 9-point game. And that's the thing with Air Force. You blink, and before you know it, they have a 10-point lead.
Tyler Will with the backcourt pressure. And there's
Oh!
a steal. A good interception to Holly. Touchdown. Daryl Holly.
What an incredible redirect on that.
You see the backcourt pressure.
Like the mental awareness of a cat right there. Cat-like reflexes, getting it to Holly. Holly just able to glide in.
And as you said, Chris Farrell, he knows where his teammate is. Outstanding job. Here's Kaylin McClendon for Army, up to Tim Capps. Back to McClendon. She'll skate right in untouched.
That is a textbook give and go.
Daryl Holly across the timeline. 10 seconds to go on the clock. And he snakes around, but he loses the ball. And that time is going to expire here in the first half.
Well, Mitchell doing an incredible job on that corner for Army. And like I was saying, John, time just passes by, and before you know it, Air Force with a 10-point lead.
Let's take some highlights from the first half, Pat. We're going to see some good job here on the defense and as well as the offense for both teams. Let's take a look at it.
We talked about just the intensity that Air Force opened up with. It left Army a bit rattled. It was just a full assault, 5 goals in a row. But then Army starting to show a little wherewithal and a little fight in the tank, and that was great to see, and especially on the defense. But when you have Holly pulling off maneuvers like this, it's going to be tough to stop.
It's almost automatic.
Yeah.
I mean, outstanding job. Just great pass, no look passes.
The flea flick to Grimm, and then Grimm hitting reverse. And then up and over. When these two work together, the synergy, it's pure simpatico.
And his partner, Colton Grimm, just a dynamic tandem. And Carly James always in the right place.
Yeah. Well, you were bringing up, I mean, James on the defensive side, on the assisting side, and then has that potential to score. But Holly really is the standout on this team. The amount of hustle, his ability to also then adjust and be that one to assist, but really controlling the flow and the rhythm of each set play that they're trying to pull off.
So a solid first half by Air Force. Army's got some work to do when they come out. Let's get a send you to courtside and talk to Lizzie Smith with some special guests.
Thank you, John. That's exactly right. I'm here with Michelle, who is a performance expert here. Michelle, talk to us a little bit about what you're doing at the Warrior Games.
Yeah, so myself and my team, we have backgrounds in sport and performance psychology, and we are here to help the athletes stay present moment focused, stay motivated and confident throughout the games.
That's huge. Yeah, we talked a little bit. There's a lot of senses going on, a lot of sounds, a lot of sights. How do you help manage people through that?
Right, so it starts before the competition. So our team, we have performance centers around the world, and we get with the soldiers at their soldier recovery units, and we start working sports psychology as soon as we can.
That's incredible. Well, thank you so much for the support you're providing these athletes. It's so incredible to have you here today. And we are having so much fun out here with Team Army. And while we're at it, let's take a brief moment to listen to a message from them, our hosts, Team Army.
The soldiers of the U.S. Army stand watch, around the clock, across the globe. They face a uniquely challenging lifestyle. That's where U.S. Army family and morale, welfare, and recreation plays a critical role, with programs designed to enhance their quality of life. Corporate partnerships with Army MWR are a powerful tool to weave your brand into military life experiences of today's well-educated and brand-loyal soldiers. Build your brand with the strength of the U.S. Army.
Back here at the Vice Admiral Martin Fitness Center at Naval Air Station North Island in San Diego, John Magrino along with Pat Parnell here for Wheelchair Rugby. Second half action is going to get underway here in just about a minute and a half. And Air Force with a commanding 10-point lead.
A big, big deficit to climb back from. And you see what happens when Air Force, when you give them a little, they really capitalize and they'll go on these scoring sprees. That's what Army has to stop. They have to be the disruptor to that flow that Air Force loves to capitalize on. The big question is, I want to see, is Holly going to play the entire game? He just looks completely unfazed, like he's fresh as can be, and the amount of hustle and the amount of heart that he's playing with is clearly notable.
Well, you and I both know he's not taking himself out of the game. That's going to be a coach's decision. Daryl Holly with an outstanding tournament so far for Team Air Force. Team Army has to get a victory here to stay out of the number 5 spot in the pool play.
Well, I spoke to Nebraska. He was unapologetic that not only do they intend to take the title and the gold medal, but they want to do it with a flawless record. And it looks like that is slowly, surely happening for Team Air Force.
You know, they say that as difficult it is to win one championship, it's even more difficult to win back-to-back championships. And right now, Air Force looks like that's been their goal, their single focus coming into this tournament. They don't want to give up that medal. That's theirs. They want to keep it. They want to build a legacy and a dynasty.
I think Team Air Force, they're looking comfortable with the bullseye on their backs. Completely undeterred.
And we're about to get underway here in quarter number 3 of our first game of the day. Air Force will take possession. Here's Daryl Holly. Oh, you can't give him all that.
Whoa. Just like that again. Talk about the heart, the passion. He is fired up.
It looked like in that instance, Holly was looking at Finlay Cortez Alvarez, and she was looking in another direction, and he slid right by. Tyler Will for Army.
Throwing out the Calls, gets denied. Oh!
Gets it into Dalton Apodaca.
Taking a little page out of Grimm's book with that reverse approach. As long as those two wheels go across that line on the baseline of the key, that is how you get a point in wheelchair rugby.
Daryl Holly is, he's a man on a mission.
And the call is to apply pressure. See, and that's exactly what Holly wanted. Getting the coach call out to apply that pressure, forcing them to scramble yet again.
So we've got a timeout on the floor. 8:48 to go. Air Force by 10.
Look at the facial expression of Holly. It's more like Hurricane Holly at this point. 2 back-to-back goals right at the start of the second quarter. And it's just great to see that energy and that passion on the court.
And I think we saw him smile for just a second.
No, it's Holly version 4.0.
There it is. All right. We know that he can laugh. That's good. Over on court 2 behind us, they have reached the halftime mark. The Marine Corps holding a 19-12 lead over SOCOM. Both teams 1-2 in this tournament, so this is a big, big game in pool play for both the Marine Corps and SOCOM. And again, the winner of that game puts themselves in 3rd place, and they'll have an opportunity to play the number 2 ranked team later on today. Back to the action here on court 1. This is Tyler Will. And an errant pass inside the key. Knocked away. Air Force maintains, Army maintains possession. This is Finlay Cortez Alvarez. Hey, let's do a shout out to her family, Pat. Family and friends watching this match over in Germany.
Well, it's great to see people checking in worldwide this year's Warrior Games. I know they have friends and family throughout the world and can hold their heads up high. The level of play by all the teams has just been incredible. Loose ball there.
So after an Army score by Tim Capps, that pass out of bounds is going to go to Air Force. Chris Farrell inbounds it to Daryl Holly.
Watch the way that he redirects, sets it up, let the plays come to him.
Very patient on offense.
Oh, no.
Tried to get it to Garrett Corbett just a little high. Anna Walker inbounds it to Colin Matthews. Backcourt pressure applied by Josie Arevalo. And a good job by Air Force as that forced Colin Matthews to go out of bounds.
Holly, try again here.
10-point lead for Air Force. This is Holly. And that's a good try to Chris Farrell.
Smart play. See, the way that Holly able to read that baseline and know exactly where to put it.
And you saw Army's Deion Jones. He was a little frustrated with himself.
Army they're finding that 6th gear.
Yeah, Jones was frustrated on the last defensive effort, but he made a great pass there to Michael Rayford for the Army score.
An Army just trying to find a win.
We got a timeout on the floor, Pat. 10-point lead for Air Force. Let's take a look at that defensive pressure applied by Air Force.
And if Army can find this back and forth, moving the ball around, just exactly what they just did. If they can find that, find those fast breaks, they can climb back. But it doesn't bode well when you look at the scoreboard this early on in the game.
Over on court 2, it looks like the Marine Corps building on their lead, 20-13 in the third quarter.
Well, interesting, Army says, yeah, sure, Air Force, you have spirit, but so do we. A little spirit off going on in the stands right now.
And Marine Corps, again, they want that victory. They gave Navy a very, very tough game yesterday, and they're looking to show that they deserve to be in the hunt for the gold, which they are.
The games matter that much more today, trying to get that berth into the medal round.
Here's Holly.
Wow.
Just methodical, Pat. Methodical blocking by Air Force.
Like a serpent, the way he's able to maneuver on those corners. Inches to spare for Holly.
Anna Walker try to set a pick for Tyler Will.
Yeah, they're not having it. Can they hold him? And
he got it. He got over the line.
Muscles it through, a lot of muscle. That was one big wall of muscle, the flex zone. Able to get through that. That was impressive.
And we just saw the athletic ability of Daryl Holly once again in the open court. That was Tyler Will that tried to come up and meet him head-to-head, and just like that, Holly spins, he goes, he's gone.
And are you keeping track? 4 in a row for Holly. Really starting to stack them up.
The man can take over a game. 23-12, Air Force with the lead. This is Tim Capps to Tyler Will. Will with a full head of steam, and he takes it in.
Wow. Yep, so the last 5 goals have been Holly. He's collecting points like it's his new hobby.
Holly looking for a block. Trying to get around Garrett Corbett.
Getting him all to redirect.
That hole was closed off by Kevin Reyes.
Oh, no.
A rare turnover by Holly, but a really good effort defensively by Kevin Reyes with the pressure. Army with an opportunity to cut the Air Force lead to 9. And there's the backcourt pressure again. That's Josie Arevalo. She's met by Will. Gets it across the line to Anna Walker. We've got a breakaway.
Oh, and just batted away from Walker.
Christopher Farrell with a great defensive play, up alone to an alone Daryl Holly.
Hurricane Holly is in full force, 6 goals. Back to back for Holly. He is unstoppable.
And they're giving him a break. They're giving him a well-deserved break. A full 4 on the floor now for Air Force. 4 new players. Michael Rayford looking for the inbounds. They're going to have difficulty. Colin Matthews met by Carly James, and they just beat the 12-second clock.
Oh!
And Michael Rayford can't hang on.
Got to be close when you reach down for those low balls.
Two minutes to go here in the third quarter.
Great pressure. from Air Force on that break.
This is Carly James.
So James now setting the pace with Nebraska coming in hot and hard. Lots of contact there. James wanted it.
And we've got a timeout on the floor. Moses Nebraska came in with a head of steam. Let's check this out.
So James setting and then boom. That's how much contact Nebraska's okay with. Fast and furious.
A thundering collision.
Yeah.
James and Nebraska colliding with each other, and she dishes it off to Colton Grimm.
And that is why Air Force is such a threat. You have Holly scoring all those goals. He steps out. Then Nebraska, Grimm, James, they basically took off where Holly left off.
Dalton Apodaca has it punched away by Colton Grimm. Air Force up by 12, Pat, but they do not relent defensively. They never let you get any room. This is Rayford. To Jones. Apodaca trying to shove his teammate over the line. And Army's got to burn a timeout.
Yeah. Incredible level of energy that Air Force is playing with. And you look at any other team, I think you would see that they would kind of like coast and try to save something in the reserve for the following games. But they are leaving it all on the court. It is so impressive to see. How do you match that intensity? That's the big question for Army.
And in all fairness, I think Army's doing a great job of trying to match that intensity. They don't have the fluidity that Air Force possesses. You know, we've mentioned it several times in this competition, not just today, but on day one as well, how Air Force, they just seem to know where each other are. Right, they come down the court, everybody's locked into their positions. Everybody's, they know where their teammates are. The passes are easy, they're crisp, and that's what creates the offensive explosion that we see.
Well, it's the Air Force finesse, but it's awfully fierce. It's more air fierce than Air Force.
Here's Colin Matthews. Deion Jones trying to get an open lane for Matthews, and he couldn't do it. And here's Michael Rayford, and he's boxed out. And we've got a 10-second violation in the key called on Army, so the ball will go over to Air Force. You cannot have 3 players in the lane for 10 seconds while you're on offense.
Nebraska trying to have a little support there.
Trying to box out Dalton Apodaca for Carly James. And here's James with a push. And she's met hard by Colin Matthews. But it'll stay with Army. So we've reached the end of quarter number 3. Air Force with a commanding 25-13 lead. Let's take a look at the highlights of Daryl Holly.
Well, we talk about his ability to work with players like Grimm, James, and Nebraska. Those combinations, the flicks on the passes, the timing is perfect, but it's Holly's ability to set the tempo of every play and find those pockets. But when things don't work out with Grimm on the baseline, he also finds, like I said, Nebraska, and he has the ability to maneuver on a dime and find those corner pockets. Not an easy task. Easier said than done. Holly has shown an incredible level of intensity in this matchup with Army. He's really been the big decider. No stopping the Hurricane Holly. We'll have to see how it finishes off in fourth and final quarter. But it's boding well right now for Air Force, safe to say. They have played a level of wheelchair rugby we knew they were capable of, and they've done it in previous matchups, but really maintaining that intensity from every single game through prelims.
Definitely one of the tournament's top players thus far. And the long inbounds pass bounces away.
And if you look at the smiles of Team Air Force right now, yeah, clearly when you're up this much, it definitely puts an extra grin going into these last few minutes. Such a composed team. Great to see when those set plays are working for them. But the bigger takeaway for me is watching when Air Force, when things go wrong, and how they can think on the fly. That's really, I think, where they shine.
You know, we talked at the beginning of the game about how Air Force and Navy, they're going to be playing next right here on this court. It looks like both teams, I know we have another quarter to play, but Air Force is comfortably in front right now. One thing that I think was a concern was whether or not Air Force was going to be caught looking ahead to playing the undefeated Navy team, and I think that question's been answered. Navy with a 3-0 record, waiting patiently for their shot at Air Force. Remember, those two teams competed for gold last year at the 2022 Warrior Games down in Orlando, and Air Force came away with the gold medal. So, you know, Navy's going to come in with a lot of fire. That should be a phenomenal matchup.
Well, redemption goes a long way. It can get a lot of extra wind in your sails when it comes to finding that motivation in a game. But I'm hard-pressed to see another team that we've seen so far that is playing at the pace and the relentless intensity that we're seeing from Air Force.
Air Force well on their way to reach their 32 goals per game average.
So Holly back in the game.
Team Army will inbound to begin the fourth quarter. Down 12. This is Kevin Reyes. He tries to feed Anna Walker inside, but that's knocked away by Justin James.
And if you've been watching James too, he's done a really good job of holding those corner posts and really stopping any forward traffic.
Tyler Will. Oh. And a great pass to Tim Caps for the score.
Tyler came in with such ferocity on that contact. Holly again.
And he goes easily around Tyler Will and right around the corner by Justin James, and he takes it home.
Watching him roll, there's visibly an extra gear that other players don't have. Not sure where he is finding the speed. Yet another goal for Holly.
Holly, a senior airman. He'll be playing wheelchair basketball in a couple of days, so we'll see him right back here on court one, I'm sure.
Yeah.
And the third quarter has come to an end. Behind us on court number 2, the Marine Corps with a 25-20 lead over Team SOCOM. Marine Corps looking to improve to 2-3 in pool play. So too is, I should say, looking to improve to 2-2, and Team SOCOM doing the same.
Yeah, a much, much tighter matchup on game 2 behind us. We're watching a veritable blowout right now with Air Force and Army. Massive deficit to climb out of.
Pat, I know that we have the 2 dominant teams in Air Force and Navy. I realize that. They're undefeated right now. Team Marine Corps is finding their way. They're finding their rhythm right now. They lost to Army, right? They defeated Army. They lost to Navy and Air Force.
Yeah.
But they've got some momentum coming in here. They're going to be a team that could be a huge disruption to the plans of either Navy or Air Force moving forward.
That's the scariest thing, too, when you are that innocuous underdog. No one, they underestimate you, and that's the best advantage you can have in wheelchair rugby, being underestimated. Everyone expects this level of play from Air Force, but to come in and then really start upsetting the balance, that could rattle some nerves for sure on Air Force's side.
This is Moses, Nebraska for Air Force with a 13-point lead over Army.
Wow. Nebraska had clear eyes on that corner, able to connect smoothly.
Just textbook blocking by Garrett Corbett and Justin James. (27-13) Air Force. Here's Caps.
No goal.
And it's no goal. Good job defensively by Garrett Corbett, the silver medalist in the 97-kilogram event in powerlifting. Corbett making his presence here in wheelchair rugby.
Nebraska with a lot of speed. Again, he'll take it in himself. Gets the nod from his partners.
And how many times do you see it, Pat? Garrett Corbett setting up that post. Just allows, this time it was Nebraska.
And Corbett also really proving his value on the defensive side. We've seen how many times he's been that pivotal block, stopping any minimal forward momentum Team Army has. Huh. On cue.
And we have a pileup on the left side of the key there as Dion Jones tries to get into the lane and he's met.
Yeah. Nebraska backing up.
And that was Nebraska and Farrell that met Dion Jones right at the top of the key, and he wasn't able to get 2 wheels over.
And a little hooked up there.
Frustrating for Army.
Air Force determined to really keep that differential as big as they can.
Nebraska.
Wow. Nebraska is on a roll of his own. 3 back-to-back goals so far.
Sliding right between James and Corbett. Air Force extending their lead to 16.
Finlai's gonna off to the side corner, looking for that transfer, but they find it.
Nice pass from Colin over to Dion Jones.
So what does Nebraska have in store for us on this one? Wow. And just like that, his 4th goal in a row. Do they not realize what Nebraska is up to right now?
You know, You don't have an answer for Daryl Holly. Now there's no answer for Moses Nebraska.
That's why Team Air Force is such a threat, because there really isn't a weak link on the entire team.
Good work there by Dalton Apodaca.
So Nebraska again.
15-point lead for Air Force. Here's Nebraska, and a big collision by James Phelps. And Phelps gets the pass, loses it.
No.
And we've got a turnover. Substitutions by Army. Tim Capps comes back in. We've got Tyler Will.
Army trying to keep fresh players to battle Air Force, and I'm not sure if even that can have any impact on slowing Air Force's roll right now.
Been like Cortez Alvarez back on the court. She was going off for a substitution, but she was sent to come back on. She'll take the inbounds for Army.
So figuring out that they've got too many players on the court.
And she comes back off. Here we go. Tyler Will. Gets the pass inside to Apodaca. He can't get around Garrett Corbett. He did, though.
Corbett trying to strong arm approach. Getting a little feisty.
Nice work by Dalton Apodaca. Air Force by 14. And the ball.
And again. Wow. Getting that one little extra bunny hop at the end, clearing the baseline of the key. And now, goal number 5 in a row for Nebraska.
Moses Nebraska, two-time silver medalist in cycling yesterday. And he's making his presence felt today in wheelchair rugby. That's a great pass from Tim Capps to Tyler Will, and Army gets back on the board.
And hats off to Will on those plays where he has just a slight opening. He's been able to make those transfers.
And Pat, we've got a barn burner behind us on court 2. Marine Corps with a 26-23 lead over Team SOCOM.
Here we go.
Nice work by Justin James, wide open on the left side of the key for the score. 2 minutes to go here on court 1. 15-point lead for Team Air Force. Getting ready to cruise into that huge showdown with Team Navy. This is Apodaca. And we've got a defensive penalty.
And Army awarded a goal on that one.
(33-18). Nebraska bringing it up the court for Air Force. He's pressured by Apodaca.
Nebraska sees a hole, and he takes it unchallenged. Goal number 6.
And who the two blockers again, Pat? Garrett Corbett and Justin James.
This team is working so well together right now. This is how these plays on the defense side and on the offense side, really how things are supposed to work.
Just the science. Under a minute to go. Colin Matthews.
Oh! Great deflection there.
Air Force takes possession.
And Nebraska with the ball. Interesting side note, Nebraska before the game you had Army, they were getting ready for the big showdown. He was on the side court teaching all the volunteers a new game called kill ball with a volleyball. That's how he got. That's
Well, let's be fair.
yeah.
We
jumped in as well.
Were playing.
Yeah, but who does that? I mean, what a legend.
Just a great young man.
Yeah.
Teaching everybody, including 2 old guys, how
How
to play.
to play Kill Bill or Kill Ball, not Kill Bill.
We got a timeout on the floor by Team Army, down 15 with just over 22 seconds to go. On court number 2, we've got a 1-point game, Pat. Team Marine Corps with a 27-26 lead over Team SOCOM. That game's as close as everybody expected.
And a game that really matters. I mean, 1 point with 5 minutes. I wouldn't make that bet.
And listen, we're going to give you bonus coverage once our game is done here. We're going to swing around and give you some action over on court number 2. So the timeout comes to a close. Army making their way back on court. Air Force already in position at the key. Let's see if Army can tack on a late goal here.
So just a chance to make the final score a little less stinging for Army right now. The set play.
Here's Apodaca.
Denied.
Huge collision. Yeah. James Phelps for Air Force. And he gets it to Anna Walker.
Really forcing that. And that is time.
And that'll do it. The final score, Team Air Force 33, Team Army 18.
Wow,
so
the
a
faces
great job
of
by
Team
Air Force. Plenty of focus. You know they want it. They're looking forward to that matchup against Team Navy, looking to defend that gold medal. But you got to give Army credit as well. They did run into a juggernaut, but they played tough, as they always do.
There was moments where Army was really finding a way to thwart a lot of what Air Force is trying to do. Unfortunately, it's sustaining that energy level, that to have that fortitude to keep going. And when you had the set plays with Holly and Grimm, James Nebraska taking off where Holly left off, that was really the telling tale.
Rock solid victory by Team Air Force. 15-point victory over Team Army. Air Force stays undefeated. Army drops to 0-4 in the tournament. We're going to take you over to court number 2, and we've got an exciting game going on. 3:20 to go here in the fourth quarter, and Team Marine Corps with a 2-point lead. This is a huge, huge game in the pool standings. Both teams at 1 and 2, and this will decide who's going to play the number 2 seed in the upcoming game down later on today. And that was a great play by Isaiah Staley, using his head to play defense. But Team Marine Corps capitalizes anyway.
And it's funny, shifting gears and now focusing on this matchup. You can see the difference of intensity. It's matched head for head.
SOCOM looking to get over the line. They do. This is Isaiah Staley. Staley looking for room to Tony Smith.
Oh, beautiful give and go by Isaiah.
Staley gets locked out of the key. We've got 5 seconds on the clock. Roger Hopkins couldn't hang on to the pass.
Critical play right there.
Under 2 minutes to go. Team Marine Corps with a 3-point lead. Inbounds play, and Tony Smith caught it, but I believe he was out of bounds, Pat.
Yep, you have to actually be in the key and then cross over that baseline on those two wheels for it to count. And there is a palpable level of electricity on this game that we just flipped around to. You can feel how much is at stake from both teams.
And critical seconds ticking away over here on court number 2. Team Marine Corps with a 3-point lead. SOCOM desperate for a defensive stop. One minute remaining.
That is a lot, big tall order when you're talking about 3 points now. To make up that, the set plays have to move fast, and you have to be rare with full court press and get.
Patrick McDonald holding on to the ball, 20 seconds on the shot. And SOCOM's coach yelling out, let him score because they need the ball back.
We'll run down the clock under the 40-second.
And here's Patrick McDonald.
Yes.
As the Marine Corps pushes their lead to 4. 35 seconds left. 4-point lead for Team Marine Corps. This is Jake Anthony to Isaiah Staley. Ball is over the court to Tony Smith.
Smith looking for a little support. Oh, just out of the reach of Isaiah.
Got it to Jake Anthony. And Anthony slides it in. Just under 20 seconds, the lead is now 3. And Marine Corps is just going to hang on to the ball. And we've got a scrum. That's Pierre Sturgis of the Marine Corps. And it looked like he got tied up over there with Team SOCOM's Tony Smith. Lieutenant Colonel Tony Smith. He'll be competing in 6 other events for Team SOCOM. Archery, competed in cycling yesterday, field, rowing, shooting, and he'll be back here on the court with wheelchair basketball.
Well, we were watching in our rearview mirror of this game, and it was really, really close at times. 1-2 points, and you see just 1 or 2 errors going into those last couple of minutes of the game. It just splits the difference here. It's a big win.
And you know, Pat, when you look at it, you look at the competitiveness of all of these guys and all these women on the court. This is not rec league basketball or rec league, right? This is serious. As Patrick McDonald takes it in for Team Marine Corps. And that looks like it's going to do it. Isaiah Staley's going to get an inbound to Jake Anthony. But that is going to do it as Team Marine Corps holds off Team SOCOM with a 32-28 victory.
Wow. And visibly elated, Team Marine Corps, after that win, knowing it gets them 1 step closer to the medal round.
And we are going to send it courtside with Lizzie Smith, and she has the unbelievable Daryl Holly. Take it away, Lizzie.
That is right. I am here with the man, the myth, the legend, the hurricane, Daryl Holly. You've just been dominating out there. How does it feel to be a part of such an amazing winning team and almost, dare I say, the MVP?
It's great. We came here with a mission to receive gold again. We did it last year. A whole bunch of new guys. This is my first time, and I've been training with these guys for about a year, introduced to the sport and all that good stuff. And without them, there's no win. So it's great.
When I asked you earlier what it means to be such a star player, how you got so good at wheelchair rugby, you were saying Just practice. All he said was just practice. Tell us a little bit more about what's involved for you to come out here and just dominate.
Getting your butt kicked at home. Honestly, the guys, the San Antonio Spurs wheelchair basketball team. I mean, those guys tear me up every Monday and Wednesday, and then I come here. I don't have to dribble the ball. I don't have to shoot. I can roll and pass. That's what I'm good at. So it kind of comes naturally a little bit.
That's huge. I imagine teamwork is a big part of it too, right? Being out here with your fellow comrades, these other warriors, these other athletes. What does that mean to you to just be involved out here with Team Air Force?
Team is everything. To me, anyways. Without, like I said, without them, there is no me. I can't score. I can't escape the press. I can't find the open guy. I can't put points on the board. So, I mean, it means everything to me.
That's huge. Well, we can't wait to keep watching you out here. Daryl Hurricane Hawley, just an incredible guy. Thank you so much for your time. And we will be right back with even more action for you guys in just a brief moment. Don't go anywhere.
The soldiers of the U.S. Army stand watch around the clock, across the globe. They face a uniquely challenging lifestyle. That's where U.S. Army family and morale, welfare, and recreation plays a critical role, with programs designed to enhance their quality of life. Corporate partnerships with Army MWR are a powerful tool to weave your brand into military life experiences of today's well-educated and brand-loyal soldiers. Build your brand with the strength of the U.S. Army.
I'll be with you, no lie. It's not that complicated. It's not that complicated. It's not that complicated. It's not that complicated. You think that it's hard when it's easy as pie? We got the ingredients, why don't we try? Yeah. No need to be greedy, I'm yours for the night. But could be for life if you're treating me right. Yeah. And you can keep walking, walking, walking. 'Cause baby, I need action. Just a little satisfaction to keep me holding on. 'Cause if you just take the time, everything could be simple. And every day I'll be with you, no lie. It's not that complicated. 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 If you can keep it simple, boy, we'll take it easy. I gave you all the info. What more do you need from me? 'Cause everything you say you like now, you can get it all right now. But it's not hard, it's no lie. It's not that complicated. It's not that complicated. It's not that complicated. It's not that complicated. It's not that complicated.
Welcome back to the Vice Admiral Martin Fitness Center here at the 2023 Warrior Games in San Diego, California. John Magrino along with Pat Parnell. What a great first day we had in the rugby competition, and we talked earlier, Pat, about how day 2 was going to be even better, and so far it's lived up to that billing.
Absolutely. We've seen our expectations of the players getting reacclimated, those that are returning defending champions and all these new players, but really starting to figure out the defenses of the opposing teams. And the matchup that we just saw, as expected, we expected dominance from Team Air Force. Army really trying to find anything to work with, and it was a bit of a blowout. But on the SOCOM game, same. They're starting to realize how important these games are as we get closer to the medal round. That first day of preliminaries, it was a little bit of a test match, if you will, really kind of working out the cobwebs. We're really starting to see the team step up their pacing and their intensity from start to finish.
And you and I both know that this is the match that everybody's been waiting for. Undefeated Air Force, 3-0. Undefeated Navy, 3-0. Both teams are on a collision course to start. Both teams competed against each other in last year's Warrior Games. Air Force came on top of the gold. And we expect. Let me ask you, what do you expect in this game? Because I know what I'm going to say.
I think that the redemption drive and momentum for Navy is huge. I also think you have to understand Air Force, as good as they are, they just played a barn burner of a game, so they're going back-to-back games. It just begs the question, stamina. But we've seen them do that before, unfazed. But now we're on day 3 of the Warrior Games. We had competitors on this team, on both teams actually, compete in cycling yesterday. They're competing in multiple events. It's how much do you have in the tank and how bad do you want it? I would say, as much as Air Force wants to be defending back-to-back champs, I think there's a little bit more fuel in the fire. If you just missed that gold medal at the previous Warrior Games, you come back. I think the Cervantes-Holly matchup, I think we're going to see some really great back and forth here. These two players almost making it a bit of a rivalry, and see if they can find that rhythm that we've seen in previous games with their teammates.
So Air Force going with the same starting lineup as they did in the first game. We had Colton Grimm, Carly James, Daryl Holly, and Gregory Walker. Navy's going to go with Andrew Garcia, Luis Cervantes, Don Calero, and Christopher Lawrence. Those are your starters for both teams. Air Force will be the home team on the scoreboard. Navy will, of course, be the visitor. Our officials for today's game, Todd Jackson and Matthew Smith.
I'm really going to be watching Team Air Force if they come out with that same speed that we saw against Army. It was just this assault for the first 5 minutes. And if they do, how Navy is going to react.
And we are seconds from the tip, and here we go. And Navy will take possession. This is Andrew Garcia in the backcourt. Undefeated Navy, undefeated Air Force. Garcia.
Wow.
Christopher Lawrence looking for an outlet.
And he gets it. Took his time. Paying off. First on the board.
Christopher Lawrence puts Navy on the board.
Yeah.
And there's almost a turnover. Carly James.
Oh, and just out of reach. Can Grimm get it?
Stolen by Garcia.
Incredible defensive play by Garcia. Wow, Air Force a little off their rhythm right now. Navy coming in hot and heavy. Cervantes.
So Cervantes puts Navy up 2-0.
And Grimm gets it knocked away. Air Force slightly rattled.
Here's Grimm. Boxed in by Navy to Holly. He's got James.
And there's that speed we talked about with Holly. Once he gets going, there's no stopping him.
Daryl Holly uses a perfect block by Carly James.
Yeah, just explosive. It's like Vin Diesel, fast and furious. Just once he finds that gear, you cannot stop him.
And that pass gets away from Don Calero. It'll go back over to Air Force. Carly James to inbound. To Holly, pressured by Luis Cervantes. Good block by Carly James.
Oh, and another
Colton Grimm.
missed pass. Really surprised that the pressure that Navy is putting on and forcing Air Force into those passes. Low probability.
This is Don Calero met by Daryl Holly, and a steal by Holly. James trying to get in the way of Calero.
Holly staying calm and collected while he's getting bashed on both sides.
And Air Force in danger of turning it over with a 12-second violation, but wisely calls timeout. Plenty of action, plenty of intensity so far, Pat. Navy with a 2-1 lead in the battle of the undefeateds.
Well, we all had our questions. How is this going to start? Did not anticipate that. Hats off to Navy. They need to just stay on the pace that they are with right now. If they can keep Air Force scrambling, forcing those bad passes, they're going to find themselves on the top of the scoreboard.
Here's Colton Grimm for Air Force.
Big pass to James there. Wow.
Carly James with her first point of the night. Here's Luis Cervantes. And here's the Air Force defensive pressure that has proved so successful for them. But Navy gets behind. That pass was intended for Kayla Saska, but just out of her reach.
Just through the fingertips. But you see it is this pressure that is forcing both teams to go for those long plays. Just look at the pressure on Holly on the backcourt right now.
Carly James. And she coasts in.
Cervantes is calling for a wheel change, it looks like.
Luis Cervantes, the workhorse for Navy in the backcourt for their first 3 games. Exceptionally talented athlete.
Yeah, Cervantes has an uncanny ability to really control the tempo of their plays. Beautiful pass.
Garcia to Aaron Gomez.
So watch the pass from Cervantes to Gomez.
Looks like they waved that goal off, unfortunately, for Navy. Here's Colton Grimm. To Daryl Holly, the New Jersey native. Met by Garcia and Gomez. Pass to Carly James. James inside to Greg Walker. Across the key to Colton Grimm.
And the ability for Air Force to adapt. They're being forced to adapt. Having to think things a little differently. And you saw just even getting into that play, Holly forced to send it to others on the side. Cervantes.
And a great backwards pass to Kayla Saska. She walks in and it's 4-3 Air Force.
The baby hook shot over the shoulder, bounce pass. It's a little showtime for Team Navy right now. Oh yeah, we're loving that.
Kayla Saska, fire controlman, second class in the Navy. Here's Greg Walker to Carly James, and she takes it in for her third try of the game. Here's Gomez. Cervantes, nothing but room in front of him, and he's got Saska.
Oh, James says no. They wore two wheels over that baseline of the key with possession of the ball. Another wheel changeout. And seeing more of this as we get into these later games, those wheel changeouts, the blowout, it just shows you that the intensity, the contact, the demolition aspect of the sport, it's just getting that much more intense.
And look who just checked in, Pat. Moses Nebraska on the court for Air Force. Him and Daryl Holly on the court at the same time. And here's Colton Grimm.
Nebraska unapologetic, coming in hot and heavy with the T-bone approach.
And that's the thing with Air Force. When you've got Daryl Holly on the court and then Moses Nebraska, who are you going to cover? You've got to commit to somebody. And they beat you with the numbers. Here's Cervantes trying to answer for Navy. And he follows the block of Saska and marches in.
And that just was too easy for Cervantes. Incredibly tight game right now with Air Force and Navy. Big pass, Nebraska, one arm. Taking a page out of Lynn Swan's playbook there, going way back.
Navy's got to bring in some substitutes here. Garcia returns. Christopher Lawrence. And Jesse Tamaris makes his appearance. 2:30 to go here in the opening quarter. Air Force with a 2-point lead. And here goes Garcia.
Wow. Grimm thought he had a chance, but was not to be. What a frenetic first quarter pace we have so far.
Everything we expected. Here's Holly. And he saw Nebraska all alone in the middle of the key. He said, I don't need it. I'm going to take it in on my own.
Slipping in on the Holly shuffle there.
Second goal of the game for Daryl Holly. Andrew Garcia. He's got Carly James on his tail, but he's going to take it in.
Oh, and Garcia wants to hear it. He's got the Navy fans in the stands to their feet. Definitely feeling the fuel to their fire.
And a long pass from Holly to Nebraska.
You have to be. Did that went through 4 time zones to get to Nebraska's hands. Holy huck and hope. Holly just sending it.
2-point lead for Air Force. Lawrence looking to get the ball over the timeline. And that ball's going to roll out of bounds. Possession, Air Force.
Garcia saying, hey, that was a good one. Thanks, Holly. Wow. Did not see this happening in this first quarter.
As hard hitting as this game is, and you see the intensity and how much it matters to each of the players, is a tremendous amount of respect for both teams for each other.
Oh, you can see it, the mutual admiration for people playing at this level.
And a nice job there by Travis Wyatt, the silver medalist in cycling. Gets his name in the scorebook for Navy.
Fast break chance for Holly. Here he goes. See ya tomorrow.
Daryl Holly with the hat trick here in the opening quarter. Christopher Lawrence with a strong push over the midcourt line. He's got Luis Cervantes, but he doesn't need him. Nice job by Christopher Lawrence. Back and forth we go.
2-on-2. Now getting
Here's
challenged.
To Carly James, and she takes it home.
James' third goal of the first quarter so far. Fourth. Don't want to cheat her on that. Cervantes.
To Garcia, 4 seconds, and Carly James isn't giving him any room.
Wow, wow.
And that's the end of the first quarter. Team Air Force 11, Team Navy 9.
Expectations right there, over-met. Over-delivered. What I'm seeing by both teams is just unbelievable. Did not think that Air Force could be pushed into a corner like that, really getting off their rhythm, forcing passes, and they were visibly rattled. They really had to dig deep and kind of redirect, and to have that tight of a quarter, I think it's basically that denouement kind of foreshadowing what we're going to see the rest of the game. It is going to be a tight battle, not a runaway for either team.
Carly James leading all scorers with 4 tries here in the first quarter. Daryl Holly with 3, and 4 players for Team Army, or I should say Team Navy, 4 players with 2 tries each. Over on court number 2, we've got Team SOCOM and Team Army. Team SOCOM with a 7-4 lead with about 46 seconds left in the opening quarter.
Yes,
Team Army looking to get their first victory in pool play. Team SOCOM looking to pick up their second. As the clock winds down over on court number 2. Team Army puts themselves on the board with a quick goal there. 7-5 SOCOM. And we're coming back to live action here on court number 1. Air Force with a 2-point lead over Team Navy. Air Force coming in. I'm sorry, Pat.
No, it's always just safe to say every goal, every point that we see on the board, they've had to earn from Navy here. Interesting to see if Holly can get into that rhythm with those set plays. But Navy has done such a good job at disrupting their flow. They're setting the play. There's a lot of conversation right now. You can see Nebraska talking through it. A little water on the court. Giving time for Holly and James to set this play as well.
So the action back on court 2 between Team SOCOM and Team Army is actually an elimination game at this point, Pat. So the loser of that game will be out. The winner of the game between SOCOM and Army will face the winner of this game between Air Force and Navy. And that is a dubious distinction at best. Here's Daryl Holly. Holly skates around Aaron Gomez.
James with another goal, her 5th goal of the quarter. And normally Holly can find that corner, so great defensive push there, but able to get the pass over to James.
Garcia's cut off by Chris Farrell. But a defensive penalty called in the key, and that's going to give Navy the points. Back to a 2-point
Holly looking for the long pass. He'll get it to James. She'll have to hustle. No.
Little frustration on the face of Carly James. A little miscommunication between her and Daryl Holly. You don't see that often at all. Gomez to Andrew Garcia. He's met by James. Garcia looking for the slightest opening, and he dishes it over. And a nice job by Don Calero to find the lane.
It's one way to get it done, that quick handoff, knowing that your teammate is right just on the outside of that baseline. Loose ball.
And that's picked up by Garcia, but a great play by Carly James.
James just rattling the house with that hit.
Garcia dishes it off to Gomez, and Aaron Gomez takes it home.
Holly was trying to hold him, but it wasn't enough.
And Navy takes a 13-12 lead with 7.5 minutes to go in the half. First score of the game for Aaron Gomez. Yeoman's second class in the Coast Guard.
Lots of pressure. Now Nebraska with the ball, looking for someone. Up and over, gets swatted away. Return to sender. Wow. Chaos right now on the court. By design, both teams doing incredible jobs at stopping the flow of the plays.
And the official called the foul on Moses Nebraska, so Navy will take possession with a 1-point lead. Here's Aaron Gomez, full head of steam, and he's cut off by Holly. But he finds Don Calero. Don Calero with his second try. And we've got a full timeout on the floor. Air Force not used to being in this position.
This is unfamiliar territory for Air Force. They're usually that blue bolt of lightning dominating, that comfortable leader. But to be 2 down within the first quarter, I don't think anyone could have predicted as defending champs it would be this rattled, this offset. But we've seen this before too with Air Force, where a lot of their set plays were getting kind of, well, the defense was just, they were adjusting on the fly and the plays weren't working. That's where, like I said, where I'm more impressed with Air Force is when they start to improv and really work on the fly. And that's where I think Holly starts to shine, when he finds those connections that you weren't even intended for.
You know, as strong as Air Force is, if you look at the score sheet, they're consolidated with about 4 players. Right now, Navy spreading the ball around. They've got 7 different players putting points on the board. That's becoming a little bit confusing for Air Force. You can't focus on just one player. Air Force inbounds. This is Carly James, trailing by 2.
Oh, there she goes.
She's got a clear path.
Fly away.
Carly James with her 6th try of the first half, and we have plenty of action still left. She's on a tear. Here's Luis Cervantes, the 2022 silver medalist in these games.
Batted away by Holly.
And that's a turnover. That's a big turnover. Great job defensively by Air Force, sealing off the key, and Daryl Holly gets back.
Wow. And that is incredible wheelchair rugby. The fact that pivot that Holly did, knowing that James was coming down on the other side.
We are knotted up at 14. Take a look at Daryl Holly. He gets a great outlet pass to Carly James, and that's her 7th try of the half. She's had an outstanding game. Here's Cervantes for Navy, trying to give them the lead again.
Oh. Grimm's not having it, but defensive foul awarded a point.
We're going to give that to Don Calero for the effort.
James taking off
Grimm
again. Can anybody stop the James Express?
Unbelievable first half by Staff Sergeant Carly James. Tied at 15. Top-seeded Air Force. Second-seeded Navy. And that errant pass goes out of bounds. Air Force will take over. This is Grimm. Looking to get on the outside, and he skates in around Cervantes.
So climbing back from the deficit. Air Force now in that familiar territory. Can they maintain the momentum? Cervantes getting challenged by James.
3 straight goals by Air Force. And another turnover by Navy. And you gotta like Kayla Saska coming in and letting Daryl Holly know she's in the game. She's giving him all kinds of problems.
They're having a full discussion, and there's James again.
Holly's saying, do you know who I am?
Wow. James is completely fired up right now.
Pat, I have Carly James unofficially with 9 scores in the first half.
She stays on pace. MVP of this matchup for sure.
She's got over 50% of her team's offensive production. And here's the thing, as great as she is offensively, she's been a defensive stalwart throughout this tournament. A complete player.
Well, second quarter, and we're seeing such explosive hits. Every play a bit chaotic because the defense is really stepping up on both sides. Really not offering up any gimmies. I haven't seen one gimme in terms of any of these goals. They really have to force the fast break. So I asked the question, can anyone stop the Carly James Express? Holly getting forced out, and there is James. She knows where to be at all times. But then it's the plays where she's really been illustrating her ability to tap into that 6th and 7th gear. Unstoppable once she gets going. Cervantes tries, but not to be.
And here's Cervantes for Navy. And he dishes it to Andrew Garcia, who takes it in for the try. Deficit is cut to 1. 2:48 left here in the first half. And we've got a timeout on the court.
Saska, I believe, the front retaining band needs to get replaced.
She looks like she's good to go. The 5-sport athlete in this year's Warrior Games. Here's Colton Grimm with a hard push.
Oh! Tipped up. Gets it to Holly. Holly sees James in the corner. Quick handoff to Grimm. And there she is again.
They got to recognize, Pat, 10th try of the first half for Carly James. It's a 2-point Air Force advantage. Here's Luis Cervantes trying to get around Colton Grimm.
Can he push him? Tipped away by James. She is playing in the fourth dimension right now. She's there on defense, on offense. James is in fuego.
That was a great defensive effort, but I believe they called the foul in the key, so that does result in a point. One-point lead for Air Force. Colton Grimm bringing it up the court. Getting a hard push, tries to get around Andrew Garcia, and he does.
Wow, Grimm gets out the scalpel and just slices and dices his way to that point.
Air Force leads by 2. Cervantes to Garcia. He's got Kayla Saska parked down on the right. Now she's moving over into the middle for the block. And here's Blake Conley to Garcia. And back to Saska for the try.
John, this is exactly what I was talking about. Them having to really, really earn every single point.
Under a minute to go. Here's Grimm, met by Saska at midcourt. But that leaves a wide open Chris Farrell.
That's smart playing right there. Using less time on the clock, less energy.
They've reached halftime in the elimination game. Team SOCOM with a 14-10 lead over Team Army. Critical game for Team SOCOM. Here's Grimm to Holly, guarded by Saska, and he dishes it off to Christopher Farrell.
Saska goes up and over. Lots of contact.
Kayla Saska.
Don't question the tenacity, the commitment of these athletes. Saska.
Air Force to inbound, 6.1 seconds on the clock. Here's Holly. Met by Calero. Holly looking for an opening, 1 second to go. And time expires here in the first half. So an action-packed first half, and it's everything that we expected, Pat.
Well, you know, you love to see Holly when he's on point and he's connected on those points, but you also love to see him kind of forced off the scoring potential and having to redirect and think on the fly, and that's exactly what we're seeing now. And we're seeing James now step into that spot. You know, we talk about the Air Force team really not having any weak links. I mean, but to see all these players step up in their own right in real time it's just jaw-dropping. It's incredible wheelchair rugby.
So as coming into the game, we knew that Daryl Holly is obviously going to be an important factor, but right now he is basically getting everybody else involved. He's got 3 tries in the first half, but Carly James with 10 tries. You've got Colton Grimm unofficially with 4. Just a great performance of distributing the ball to other players, and Air Force getting it done early. Let's talk a little bit about Navy here as well, though. Navy coming into the game not intimidated at all. Navy with they got a little bit of a chip on their shoulder, right? Every Air Force getting most of the attention. Navy comes in, and they're making a name for themselves.
Favorite goal of the game there, Cervantes with the baby hook over the shoulder. Not only are they not intimidated, I would say Navy is coming in with this brio, a brazen confidence that is clearly ruffling the feathers of Team Air Force. You can see they're a little off their normal flow, but just Carly James, really the standout of these first two quarters. I'm blown away at her intensity, her unwillingness to give up in any situation. Her speed from end to end. She'll score a goal and she'll be the first back on defense. So hats off to her. It's the big question: can she keep up on that level till like third, fourth quarter? That's the big question.
Well, Pat, you and I are having a great time here calling the game from the table, but Lizzie Smith over at courtside seems to always be having a great time. She's got some special guests. Again, Lizzie, take it.
You are right. I actually have two special guests here with me today. I have Suzanne from Team Navy and her service dog, Miss Holly Ann, sporting some very fashionable earmuffs out here at the Warrior Games. Now, Suzanne, you said you're competing in 7 competitions here. Is that correct?
Yes, I am.
What are you most looking forward to?
I'm most looking forward to the team sports.
That's really exciting. You said sitting volleyball is one of them. What else do you have coming up?
And wheelchair basketball.
Incredible. We can't wait to watch you and cheer you on. But Holly Ann is also a really big supporter for you. You said you've had her for 2 years. She's 4, spent those first 2 years training. How does she support you?
So she is amazing at figuring out kind of my stress cues and identifying when I'm getting activated and letting me know and bringing me back. So yeah, she's amazing. I wouldn't be here without her.
That's so huge, and you can tell it really is a team effort out here. I mean, you're such an amazing fan for Team Navy, and you guys are kind of your own little team inside of that too, isn't that right?
We are, yes, yes.
That's wonderful. Well, we're hoping for a Navy win today against the Air Force. You feeling good about that?
I am. We've got this. We've got this.
I totally agree with you. We're out here supporting Suzanne, supporting Team Navy, and we will be back after just one brief message from Team Army. Don't go anywhere.
The soldiers of the U.S. Army stand watch, around the clock, across the globe. They face a uniquely challenging lifestyle. That's where U.S. Army family and morale, welfare, and recreation plays a critical role, with programs designed to enhance their quality of life. Corporate partnerships with Army MWR are a powerful tool to weave your brand into military life experiences of today's well-educated and brand-loyal soldiers. Build your brand with the strength of the U.S. Army.
Back courtside here at the Vice Admiral Martin Fitness Center. Team Air Force with a 1-point lead over Team Navy in a battle of the 2 undefeated heavyweights. And Pat, neither team has had greater than a 2-score lead. So this is back and forth action the entire time. We expect that in the second half.
It's official, John. We've reached a palpable fever pitch. Watching the two teams get psyched up coming back into this third quarter. You could feel it. You get chicken skin. It has reached a level here that it is visible how bad Navy wants this win, and you can see Air Force, they're pushed into a corner right now. They've been battling for every single point. Nothing has been a gimme.
No gimmies in this game. Here's Andrew Garcia for Team Navy. As second half action gets underway, and he tries to get around Daryl Holly, and he does. Fire Controlman. 2020. And here's Josie Arevalo.
She had a chance to pitch it to Holly, but it looked like at that point she could have rolled in and then just got denied at the last second.
And they credited her with the point because of the defensive penalty. Here's Luis Cervantes. Gets it over the center line. Back to Grimm, he hands it to Garcia. And Navy's got a 2-point lead.
Air Force has to stop their momentum when they see Army like that. It's just remaining tied at this point, 21-21.
Here's Colton Grimm, pressured by Garcia, boxed in by Cervantes. And a turnover. Cervantes for Navy. Carly James
with the fake
between him and the goal, and Cervantes wins it.
Cervantes with the jib, duck, jive off to the other side.
And a quick timeout called by Colton Grimm for Air Force. Navy with a 1-point lead.
Now watch Cervantes, leans. Looks like he's going left. He's like, nah. I'm gonna fake right, go left, and score the point.
That's a tough position for Carly James to be in right there. Third quarter action underway behind us in court 2. SOCOM with a 3-point lead over Team Army in the elimination game. The winner of that elimination game will face the winner of this game. As Air Force gets back on the scoreboard, Colton Grimm with his 5th try of the day. Luis Cervantes gets around Daryl Holly. That's not easy. Gets between Colton Grimm. Over to Garcia. Trying to get around James, but he's got a wide open Don Calero.
Calero took full advantage of all the contact that was happening on the right side of the court. Completely wide open. Now Holly.
Pat, this is where you might see Daryl Holly try to take it over. And there's a try for Holly, as expected. His 4th of the game.
Well, Holly, when he gets those open lanes, he does have some secret nitrous speed that we don't often see from other competitors.
And a great defensive play there by Greg Walker to cause the jump ball. And the possession arrow will go to Team Air Force. Smart defensive play by Air Force. Here's Grimm. Net head up by Gomez. Walker back to Grimm. Back to Walker. Looking for the corner, but Garcia cuts him off.
And James!
Always in the right place, Carly James. 1-point Air Force lead. And Aaron Gomez gets behind the defense.
Gomez's reach on that, have that just the awareness, and then to redirect and get that other tire over on the inside of the cone was uncanny. Now Holly has Nebraska off to the side, but he'll roll it in.
Now, if you're Navy, you've got to be concerned about Daryl Holly getting more involved in this offense, because they got enough weapons as it is. And here's Chris Lawrence with the showing the ball to Holly.
Wow. The trash talk. That's one for the books. Aaron's having some fun with it. You want the ball? Here it is. Clearly
Another point by
competitive,
Daryl Holly.
having some fun.
Air Force with a 1-point lead.
And again.
Gomez chased by 2 Air Force defenders, and he out-hustles him across the key. Aaron Gomez with his 3rd try of the game. Yeoman's 2nd class in the Coast Guard, Aaron Gomez.
Wow, Gomez.
And he forced Holly out of bounds. That's a turnover.
Heated.
Gomez, a seven-sport athlete in these games. We'll see him back here for basketball in a couple of days. 4 minutes to go here in the 3rd quarter. Knotted up at 26. Lawrence to Gomez. And looks like we have got a key violation. That's going to be a point for Navy. Holly boxed in, outlet to James. And she's hit hard by Aaron Gomez. But looks like Gomez took the worst of it.
Gomez has been visibly psyched. I mean, the energy that he's taking into each play, whether it be defense or offense, but he's worked up in the best of ways. Watch the hit right there, up and over. Stays with the ship.
And Carly James looked like she gave him a little nudge over, right? Tied at 27.
Oh! Grimm saying no, not on my watch. Swats that away with authority.
Great pressure by Air Force in the backcourt. That forces a Navy timeout.
It's not that typical to see him forced out of the pass in that situation. So Grimm putting on a lot of pressure. But if you look at the scoreboard, we haven't seen a matchup like this all week. 27, it has not been this tight in any game.
The 2 titans of the competition both enter undefeated, ranked 1 and 2, everything that you could expect.
Holly trying to rally the troops. Air Force trying to find that bolt of blue that we've seen. But the biggest challenge they have faced thus far is this Navy team. They are playing so well.
Just under 3 minutes to go. The inbounds to Navy. Cervantes. Here's Kayla Saska. She's not going to get caught. Kayla Saska, the fire controlman 2nd class, takes it in for her 4th try, giving Navy a 1-point lead. And here's Colton Grimm looking to answer. And he does not have an outlet, and he finds it now, but he gets it back over to James, to Grimm, right down the middle for the score.
Silky smooth back and forth with the pass. Grimm being awfully patient, and it pays off. And just take note of how much pressure each side is putting on.
Aaron Gomez for Navy.
Once Gomez gets going, he is like a freight train. Doesn't matter what you bring up against it, it is not going to stop.
1-point lead. Greg Walker looking for an outlet pass, hit by Saska.
Oh!
But a great feed into Colton Grimm for the score.
The redirect by James on that was astounding.
Pat, they've reached the end of 3 quarters over on court 2 in the elimination game. Team SOCOM with a 5-point lead over Team Army. Back here on court 1, we are bottled up at 29 apiece. Andrew Garcia back on the floor for Navy.
So Gomez looks like he'll be out. Chance for rest. He has been like a powder keg this quarter.
4 goals, 4 scores for Aaron Gomez. Here's Saska. Getting muscled by Colton Grimm, but she gets it to Garcia. And she gets behind Grimm, and Saska's going to take it to the house.
James and Grimm just got schooled on that.
5th score of the night for Kayla Saska.
Don't use this word often in wheelchair rugby, but that was an elegant play, may I say.
Could not agree with you more. Here's Travis Wyatt checking in for Navy. Wyatt, a silver medalist in cycling at yesterday's event. Carly James getting harassed by Saska. Finds Daryl Holly, and Holly's got a full head of steam.
Tapping into the methanol burning, gasohol yearning, nitrous oxide speed.
Daryl Holly pulling Air Force into a 30-30 tie with Navy. 40 seconds to go in the 3rd quarter. Cervantes being chased by Grimm. Saska trying to set a pick. Cervantes runs into Holly.
Oh, and there's
Carly
James.
James picks it off. Here goes Holly. Looking for a block from Walker. And he gets it from Grimm and coasts in around the left side.
Door number 1, denied. Door number 2, denied. Door number 3, he finds the smooth exit. That was some great defensive work by his teammates there, allowing Holly
and we got
to
a
score
loose
on that.
ball, and that's going to be out of bounds, and it's going to stay with Air Force. 3 seconds left here in the 3rd quarter. Incredible offensive showing by both squads.
Oh, unfortunate Grimm.
Clear across court, not touched by anybody, so that's going to be Navy possession. There'll be some discussion about how much time should be put back on the clock. Clock reads 2.1. Navy pleading for another second, and it looks like they get it. So 3 seconds remaining here in the 3rd quarter. Air Force with a 1-point lead as time expires. So that'll take us into our 3rd quarter break. Absolutely frenetic pace back and forth across the court. Air Force with a 31-30 lead over Navy.
Just bananas how tight this game has been with these two teams. I am so impressed with Team Navy. the challenge they're giving to Team Air Force. Air Force having to work so hard for every single point. I'm just, it's just amazing to watch.
Let's take a look and see what's going on over in court number 2 in the elimination game. Team SOCOM continues to have a 5-point lead over Team Army. And don't forget, if whoever loses this contest is eliminated from the medal rounds, and the winner gets the privilege of facing the winner of Air Force and Navy. What a reward.
Yeah. Depending how you look at it, absolutely. It's could be a blessing in disguise.
SOCOM pushing their lead to 6.
Wow. Well, we were hoping for a good game, and boy, oh boy, we're sure getting it, John. This is when you see matchups like this, where players that you might not think, they're always there in a supporting role, but when they really rise to the occasion, it's so incredible to see. I've been kind of locking eyes with Gomez as he's playing, and he's just so psyched. And it's a little infectious in a way. Start to feel the energy.
And both teams are responding. They had a great crowd turnout, vocal crowd here for both Air Force and Navy. And you're right, the guys and the ladies feed off that. So great support from both Team Navy and Team Air Force. We look at it offensively. I hate to keep going back to this, but it's remarkable. Team Navy averages 34 points a game. They've already got 30. Air Force is right at their average per game. So we got a whole quarter left to play, and both teams are just lighting up the scoreboard.
Well, we are going to break some records points-wise on this game, but potentially setting a record for one of the tightest battles we have ever seen.
Strap yourselves in. It's quarter number 4, Navy versus Air Force.
Grimm completely unchallenged on that.
Colton Grimm with his 8th score of the game. This is Christopher Lawrence. Long pass.
Oh, no! Grabs it by a hangnail and brings it in.
Aaron Gomez.
What super sticky
And a
spiderweb
turnover.
device does he have?
And a foul is called on Air Force. Greg Walker with the reach in. And that's going to put Greg Walker in the penalty box for 1 minute. So a power play opportunity here for Navy. They have an opportunity to tie the score. And just like that, the ball falls away from Lawrence out of bounds, and that's going to go back over to Air Force. Got an equipment adjustment. It looks like Carly James's wheelchair needs a little fixing. Carly James leading all scorers with 11 points.
Now Nebraska in.
Here's Colton Grimm.
Oh, Nebraska! All the
Nebraska's
way.
going to take it in, and that's a shorthanded goal, Pat. Doesn't matter if they have somebody in the box. Air Force finds a way.
Scoring with just 3 on the floor.
Here's Gomez looking for a little bit of help. He's got Levi Moore.
Oh! Grimm too little, too late. Stop Gomez.
Back to a 1-point game. Air Force up 33-32. James to Colton Grimm. Back to Nebraska. To Grimm. All day.
Picture perfect. Positioning, passing, all the above. That play had everything.
And here's where Navy needs to be very, very careful. Air Force with a 2-point lead. You cannot let them get out on a run.
It's never gone beyond a 2-3 point differential this entire game.
And a timeout on the floor with 7:08 to go.
And you can see the mood in the Air Force huddle right now. Definitely meditative, really taking the pulse. Want to keep things controlled, focused. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. 7 more minutes will decide. And when it's this close, it's really that last 2 minutes. If they get away 4 or 6 points at this point, that is an unsurmountable, or I should say insurmountable distance for Navy to climb back from.
SOCOM stretches their lead to 7 in the elimination game on court 2. Long time out here on the floor, a lot to talk about.
Well, and you can see the fatigue too on both teams. Remember, Air Force is playing their second game. Back-to-back games today. Navy a little fresher, but definitely being pushed to the brink. Air Force challenging them in so many ways.
Critical possession right here, Pat. Navy has got to respond. This is Christopher Lawrence. And officials have stopped play momentarily. Navy's coach out on the court discussing it with the officials. He seems upset. And Navy's got 5 on the floor. I'm not sure that's allowable. I believe the rules say 4, max. Two minutes left over on court number 2. Army has clawed their way back. They're down only by 5 now.
Safe to say, too, when there's this much discussion, you realize how much higher the stakes are.
Yeah, Navy coach not happy at all with the referee's decision. You could see as he was making his way back to the bench, visibly upset. So Navy will inbound, trailing by 2. And we've got another stoppage. And we've got a penalty. Check that. They're resetting the game clock to 7:02.
So it's jumping from coach to coach, battling every finite detail. They know how critical these last 7 minutes are. And you have a scoreboard 34-32. Hypercritical.
And we're back in action. Garcia gets the inbound from Cervantes, and he's looking for a little bit of room as he bounces it across the timeline. He's got an opening down the left side, trying to get there past Carly James, and he does. Andrew Garcia with his 6th score of the game.
He's trying to challenge. Now Hawley.
The response by Daryl Hawley. We have seen that every game he plays.
That warp speed that Hawley can tap into. So impressive.
The lead goes back to 2. Here's Cervantes for Navy. He's met by Nebraska. And he's got a wide open. He's looking to get in, but he's crushed by Carly James. And Carly James is going to get called for the defensive penalty in the key, and they will award that. So 35-34 Air Force. Just under 6 minutes to go. And we've got another timeout on the court taken by Air Force. Up by 1, 5:50 to go. Let's check back in on court number 2 in the elimination game between SOCOM and Army. Army trying to claw their way back in, but time is running out. 30 seconds remaining, it looks like. Going down to 30 seconds, clinging to a 4-point lead is Team SOCOM.
Very, very important matchup with SOCOM and Army. You were hoping for Army to find at least one W for the week.
And it's not without great effort. Army really played their hearts out. It's just tough competition, not an easy tournament. And that game looks like it's coming to an end there. 7 seconds left. SOCOM leading by 4. And that means SOCOM is going to advance to the medal round. And they'll take on the winner of this game, which is to be determined. We have no idea who's going to come out on top in this game. It's just been back and forth the whole way, and we are back in action. Navy down 1, looking to tie. Garcia in the key, takes it back out. 25 seconds left on the clock. Garcia looking for a lane, and he gets shoved out by Colton Grimm.
Oh, Grimm.
What a defensive play. You can see the intensity in Colton Grimm's face. And we've got a final score over at court 2. SOCOM will advance to the medal round with a 4-point victory over Team Army.
Great pass by James, and there's that Mach 5 speed we're used to seeing from Holly. If they can keep doing this and stop.
Do you remember earlier, Pat, when we said that Daryl Holly only had 4 scores on the game? Yeah, he's got 10 now. And there's a nice feed to Don Calero as Navy responds. Deficit is cut to 1. Big collision by Garcia with Grimm, and the ball gets loose. And that's going to be Navy ball. Andrew Garcia with a tremendous play in the backcourt to cause the turnover. Wheelchair rugby is a collision sport. Here's Garcia. He's met by James.
Not allowing it.
Sweet pass. That's not going to work. It's not going to count. And it looks like he did not have possession before his chair went out of the back line.
Right.
So Air Force still maintains the 1-point lead. Here's Carly James. She's getting wrapped up by Erin Gomez. She finds Colton Grimm, and he pushes his way in uncontested.
Little shrug of the shoulders. She says, hey, that'll work.
Air Force lead back to 2.
This is
inbounds.
Beyond critical right now. They need to score if they're going to stay in this. And with the defense like that, pressure by James,
You know, Pat, in that situation, it wasn't just her getting in his way with the chair. She also deflected the ball out of bounds.
She's showing prowess on all levels.
Such a talented athlete. 2:40 left. Navy down by 2.
Trying to find Gomez. Gomez gets it.
Gomez getting wrapped up by Holly.
Oh, wow. James unfazed by that massive collision.
Great turnover by Carly James. Here's Daryl Holly.
No!
He can't get it. And Calero comes up with it. Navy with a push. Here comes Gomez. He's boxed out by Walker. And that pass is going to go out of bounds, but it looks like it's going to be off of Air Force. And it is.
And by virtue of all this pressure, what's happening? The clock is ticking down. They're not converting. They're not scoring. And it's going to be that much harder as we get under the 1 minute mark.
Precious seconds. Navy ball, down by 2, under 2 minutes to go. Cervantes with the inbound to Garcia. Air Force lines 3 up in the key. Garcia looking for room. Gonna try to get in through James, and he can't. But he gets it to Cervantes, and they're gonna count it.
Yes. Cervantes flexing his way to that point.
1 goal differential. Air Force. Here's Grimm making his way, trying to keep a block from Walker, and he does. Colton Grimm with his 11th score.
Keep your eyes on the pressure of Air Force right now. Cervantes able to find a lane. Grimm shuts him down.
Grimm and Holly combined. Here's Kayla Saska for Navy.
Oh!
She gets it to Calero.
Where did Saska find the vision to find that hole? Cervantes intercepts.
A big steal by
This is
Cervantes. 50 seconds left. Navy down by 1.
He needs help.
He gets a block from Saska, and he takes it in. Luis Cervantes. And a timeout by Air Force.
Did that just happen?
Can you believe it?
Cervantes going completely clutch, intercepting that pass, and then able to make the conversion. A tied game with just 40 seconds left on the clock.
If I can steal a line from the legendary Vin Scully, I can't believe what I just saw.
Wow. So now the next possession is crucial, and we won't go into the overtime rules
said
just
it, not
yet.
me.
I don't want to get into it, but this.
Don Calero getting inside the defense, and then a huge turnover. Cervantes just outreaches Colton Grimm.
That interception, that pass that was going to Grimm, that is 100% the biggest play tipping the scales in this matchup.
And what a play by Kayla Saska. She boxed out the defender and gave Cervantes room to score. Tie game, just under 40 seconds left. Air Force in possession.
No time to spare. Everything needs to be perfect by Air Force.
And a turnover! A errant pass by James. Here's Cervantes trying to get cut off by James. Andrew Garcia boxed out. But Cervantes has got it. He's trying to get around Carly James, and he does! Luis Cervantes!
Timeout called.
Navy with a 39-38 lead.
Lots of words exchanged right now. That pass out of the hands of Air Force and then able to convert.
What a game by Cervantes.
Thought that was intended for Holly on the other side down the lane. But hats off to Cervantes finding that far right corner, bringing it to 39-38.
A 1-point lead for the number 2 Navy team. Navy huddle, Pat, is intense. Intense. You've got Don Calero over there, the veteran from 2022, getting everybody focused.
If Air Force can't climb back, this absolutely qualifies as an upset.
Listen to this crowd. Here's Daryl Holly, 25 on the shot. Holly across the midcourt line. 18 seconds left. Here's Holly. And he gets a block from Walker, and he gets in and he ties the match at 39. Daryl Holly.
You cannot write a better script. Holly. Timeout called, now possession with Air Force. Penalty from Gomez as he was putting the ball into play.
$39 all. 10.6 seconds left here in the fourth quarter. The battle of undefeateds. The crowd is on its feet. Just an incredible atmosphere here on day 2.
Take a moment to exhale. You can see all the focus now, Team Air Force. So this is where
Daryl Holly with a great block again from Carly James.
Able to tie it up, but the pivotal was this inbound, and because his positioning, I believe, we'll get confirmation on that.
So Air Force ball, 10 seconds left. Daryl Holly. Long pass to James, and it's out of her reach. She was wide open. And look at the expression on Daryl Holly. He's heartbroken. And Navy's going to call timeout, Pat, to set up one final play.
So just 6 seconds on the clock. Now the ball in Navy's court.
So, Pat, if, and I say if, Navy does not score, we're going to go to a 3-minute overtime, and it's a sudden death overtime. So essentially a golden goal is going to win it. What better way would this game be capped off?
Well, I think what sets is the rivalry between these two teams. It's just going to further intensify that. These two teams match again. Just think about it.
Yeah, and no doubt, whoever comes away on the short end of this game is going to be, as you said earlier, laser focused through the medal round. Incredible atmosphere, incredible game, incredible athletes. 6.1 seconds left. Navy inbounding at midcourt. Here's Aaron Gomez. to Andrew Garcia. 2 seconds, 1 second, timeout Navy.
Air Force doing an incredible job to stop that forward momentum of Gomez in the play, and now relegated with fractions of a second on the clock. You know, these are the games you dream about. I mean, it doesn't get any more contested. Hats off to both of these teams. It has been at this level of intensity from our first minute of play. Yeah. So, still a chance for Navy to score, albeit slim. If they don't, we'll go into that overtime you mentioned. 3 minutes, golden goal. Could win it all.
Garcia to inbound from the sideline. Long pass, and he gets it into the key. And no goal. The officials say time expired. Aaron Gomez had an outstanding attempt, tried to reach over, but to no avail. So we are heading to overtime. Tied at 39. And our overtime period, Pat, again, 3 minutes. Sudden death overtime. The first goal is the winning goal.
And it puts extra pressure on that team that doesn't get the tip. That defense has to be on point. Going to be looking for players to strip the ball, get that conversion, and convert to that first goal. That is what it is going to take to get the win here. And I just want to point out, we're still in preliminary rounds, establishing our medal round bracket. That should speak volumes to the intensity, the passion of these players. I feel like we're at the final gold medal round here.
And let's not forget, months and months of training go in to get to this point, right? And we understand that the Warrior Games has been around since 2010. All service teams take it absolutely seriously. There's a lot of pride, as you said. To win this game is going to give, obviously, whoever wins between Air Force and Navy is going to give them the momentum going into the medal rounds, but it's still just an incredible atmosphere. The passion between both teams, could not ask for better.
And as you dive into each huddle here, you can see the faces of these players, the mental stamina beyond the physical component, the highs and lows of this game, and it's been such a tight battle. It really wears you down. But all of them seem so unfazed, shockingly.
Crowd is all on their feet. Here's what I look at. If Air Force has possession, I think you're looking nowhere but Daryl Holly, right? I mean, Carly James is another factor as well, but I think Holly at this point is going to be the focus. For Navy, who would you go to?
Well, I think Cervantes has done such a great job prior to this in previous games and in this game of being that kind of metronome of the team, but really Gomez has that power and that strength. He's forced a lot of goals where I didn't think it was possible, a way to muscle through.
And here we go. Tied at 39, 3 minutes on the clock. First goal wins.
Tip-offs do not get any more important than this.
Moses Nebraska in the circle for Air Force. And a late substitution by Navy for the tip. It'll be Don Calero.
Switching sides here.
The energy in this facility, indescribable. For the tip. It's Holly for Air Force. He's pressured by Gomez in the backcourt. Holly makes his way over. He's got a push. And Garcia can't get to him, and Daryl Holly wins it for Air Force.
Holly going completely clutch. And that is it, waiting for the official call.
Daryl Holly with his 12th score of the game, an absolute Hall of Fame performance.
The Holly Hurricane is alive and well, and the fact that he was able to capitalize on that play and find that corner. The defense was lined up. You heard Holly talking about earlier how much work Holly puts into his regimen of training. He's at it, but it's a team effort. Holly knows it. The rest of his team doing a brilliant job of blocking that line, that wall. And it looked like Garcia just too little, too late. Holly, high fives for the Holly Hurricane. Giving a wallop, getting that golden goal when it mattered most.
Let's take a look at the highlights, Pat. Just, I don't know where you start. Back and forth all game.
This matchup was one living highlight reel after another. Play after play. Cervantes always showing that tenacity, that hunger, that aggressive approach inside the key. And Holly, we talk about him just so effortlessly going Mach 5. James really stepping up on the assist of this game with her passing. James, one of the top scorers in those first two quarters. But Cervantes with that just baby hook over the shoulder to Seska. Carla James with just one of her many goals. And Cervantes was definitely one of the most active players on the Navy side. Hats off to him. Many assists. So many moments, and the ill-fated pass, which could have saved them overtime. James trying to go to Holly, and then Cervantes, his own clutch point, forcing it into overtime. And with that, in overtime, that golden goal, winning the tip. And just an incredible ability when Holly taps in to that Mach 5, that warp speed, awfully hard to stop. But it's that quick positioning that allows him to find those corners in the key. Incredible day for Team Navy. And wow, what a battle. Air Force able to rise to the top right at the end in overtime.
1-point victory by Team Air Force. They advance. Team Navy also advancing as well. Air Force will take on SOCOM, and Navy will get the Marine Corps one more time. Let's check in courtside with Lizzie Smith.
That's right, guys. I am here with the head coach of Team Air Force, Troy. Troy, how does it feel to pull out a win? That was quite the end of the match there.
Yeah, it was great. It's nice to have a nice 1-point win, especially, you know, in this part of the competition. It's just so competitive right now, and I mean that could have went anybody's way. So luckily today it went our way, and hopefully tomorrow it'll go the same way.
We're hoping the same thing for you guys. Definitely have lots of people in your corner. Now, we spoke briefly about how you got involved into the sport of wheelchair rugby. You're actually a civilian. So what did it mean for you to get the call to become part of Team Air Force to coach these guys?
It was an unbelievable request to come. I've spent 22 years in as a Marine Corps brat. So to be able to give back and with something that I love to do, it was kind of a no-brainer.
Incredible. Well, we can't wait to see what else Team Air Force has in store, playing SOCOM next. You excited about that game?
Yeah, I am. We had a little bit of a rough time with them last night, so I'm hoping to redeem ourselves.
Definitely. Well, we can't wait to see all of the action. Don't go anywhere. We will be back shortly after a message from our hosts, the U.S. Army.
The soldiers of the U.S. Army stand watch around the clock, across the globe. They face a uniquely challenging lifestyle. That's where U.S. Army family and morale, welfare, and recreation plays a critical role. with programs designed to enhance their quality of life. Corporate partnerships with Army MWR are a powerful tool to weave your brand into military life experiences of today's well-educated and brand-loyal soldiers. Build your brand with the strength of the U.S. Army.
I don't think that you can ever be mine. So baby, tell me why I'm trying so hard all the time. most definite, better beware. Down for the count, but I bounce back with a vengeance. I'm bad, no filler. Break records like Thriller, top biller. They call me the Thriller from Manila. I'm boss, ain't something you wanna cross. I'm getting lost in my fate now, a superhero cause. You can set me on fire, you can't hurt me, I'm on. I'll be back in my stride, that's how we design. One thing I know, when the back is against that wall, and bear will be coming back, that's how we roll. We go renegade style, when they do we don't stop. Time to break through, come on free. Look inside and you will find the heart of a champion like me. Go renegade style, live up where we don't stop. Time to break through and come on free. Look inside and you will find the heart of a champion like me.
Cold-hearted warrior, I never rest on my laurels. No matter the battle, I come back like I'm immortal. Undefeated air, been this way since I was born. Exhibiting the true mark of a champion.
One thing I know, when the back is against that wall, and bear will be coming back, that's how we roll. Go renegade style, live up where we don't stop. Time to break through, come on free. Look inside and you will find the heart of a champion like me. I'm a champion, I'm a champion, I'm a champion. Heart of a champion, you're a champion. Heart of a champ, heart of a champion. Yeah, stop, don't stop. Come on, keep it going. Come on, champion lane. No renegade style, never when they stop. Time to break through and come on free. Inside and you will find the heart of a champion.
My pain is like water against the dam. And it's my cross to bear. I can't remember a time it wasn't there. Light a fire so the world can see the fight and fury I have inside of me. Hard times rain down since the day I was born. But I never stop running past the point of no return. Light a fire so the world can see there's a fight and a rage deep down in the heart of me. So open your eyes and see the fight I have burns inside of me.
Give it to me now, huh? There's a black cloud hanging over us. Retribution can be so dangerous. The falling rain and the rising tide. You're not to blame, but you're dying inside. There's a black cloud hanging over us, hanging over us. Still we aim for glory, for glory, for glory. Still we aim for glory, for glory, for glory. We will rise and we will fall with our backs against the wall. Still we aim for glory, for glory, for glory. There's a sentence that you must serve. You're gonna do your time for what it's worth. It's worth. The falling rain and the rising tides. You're not to blame, but you're dying inside. There's a black cloud and it won't give up, give up. Still we aim for glory, for glory, for glory. Still we aim for glory, for glory, for glory. We will rise and we will fall with our backs against the wall. Still we aim for glory, for glory, for glory. The sea will rise, the stars will fall. We're still alive to climb the wall. We live forever and stake our claim. It's now or never. Stand up and take aim. We do it all for glory, for glory, for glory.
Welcome back to the Vice Admiral Martin Fitness Center here on Naval Air Station North Island in San Diego, California. John Magrino back at the table with my partner, Pat Purnell. And we are getting ready for action that I don't know could be topped by the previous game that we were at. But nevertheless, we'll talk about that in just a second. But we're gonna have top-ranked Air Force taking on SOCOM for the right to go and play for the gold medal tomorrow. Take a look at the brackets right here. SOCOM eliminating Army on court number 2 behind us just a few moments ago. Air Force with the 1-point victory over Navy, and the Marine Corps had already secured their position in 3rd place, so they'll take on 2nd-seeded Navy. SOCOM against top-seeded Air Force. So the winner of this game will go and compete for the gold medal tomorrow. Pat, what do you think on?
You know what? It's interesting when you look at this team and what they've gone through to get here. You know, Air Force is such a force to be reckoned with. It's going to be no easy task for SOCOM, and it'd just be so disheartening too to falter at this point, to be this successful, this unbeatable. But you have to understand, too, that this is their 3rd game of the day.
Take a look at the SOCOM starters. Lieutenant Isaiah Staley, Sergeant First Class Jake Anthony, Captain Joshua Martin, and Lieutenant Colonel Tony Smith will be the starting 4 on the floor for SOCOM. They're going to go up against a very talented Air Force squad led by Staff Sergeant Colton Grimm, Staff Sergeant Carly James, obviously Staff Sergeant Greg Walker, and Senior Airman Darrell Holly. Our officials for today's game is going to be Andy Miller and Matthew Smith. You know, Pat, these two teams faced each other early on in the tournament. Air Force didn't necessarily have their way with SOCOM. It was only a 7-point win, 27-20. Air Force coming up off a huge victory in obviously a rivalry game.
Well,
what do you think here?
I think a matchup when you try to understand and unpack what we just witnessed. I mean, there's the physical fatigue, and I talked about it earlier. Is the mental fatigue, that the crazy highs and lows, and it was not a pass. They had to work so hard all the way to overtime to get that. So you have to guess, is that just going to fuel them even more? And how much we talk about, it's just how much energy do you have? How much did they leave on the court in that matchup, and how much do they have to tap into to go up against the likes of SOCOM? That's the big unknown, and we can always pretty much gauge when we watch Air Force right from the get-go how it's going to go, and that's what we saw with last game.
SOCOM defeated Army 28-24 to get into the medal round and win a date with Air Force. Air Force coming in undefeated in pool play at 4-0. SOCOM finished with a 1-3 record in pool play, but as I just stated, knocked off Army to get to tonight.
SOCOM's, I'd say, just demeanor is slightly more relaxed. Interesting, maybe a harbinger of things to come. But in terms of the atmosphere right now, a little bit of a relaxed tone coming off the highs of an overtime golden goal by Holly.
Speaking of Holly, here we are thinking, okay, the guy has 11 scores in the last game, right? Phenomenal game, including the game winner. You think, well, maybe he's just, maybe a little bit somber, a little bit quiet now. Now he's over there bouncing as he's ready to go, man. You can see it. Here's Jake Anthony for SOCOM. And he gets bottled up by Colton Grimm. Grimm with a little bit of an attitude there, huh?
Little attitude, but he's been really active on just reaching in there and batting those balls away.
Grimm with 11 goals in the last game. in the victory over Navy. This is Josh Martin. Staley comes in and boxes out Holly, and Martin passes over to the left side to Tony Smith, and SOCOM takes the early lead.
Now just watch closely the intensity that Air Force sets. What tone are they going to set in these first few minutes? No. Denied. Holly thought he had it.
He tried to get around Isaiah Staley, and Staley would have none of it.
Staley saying, stay put. You see that, just getting that nudge outside the corner. That's something that Holly is really, really well versed at, of being able to make that last pivot turn and stay within that corner, getting those two wheels across the baseline of the key for the point.
This is Staley at the top of the key. Squared off by Walker and Holly. And he dishes it to Jake Anthony, who takes it in, and SOCOM with a 2-0 lead. Remember, this was not an easy victory for Air Force in pool play. And as we say that, Colton Grimm takes it home.
Yeah, almost like he hit a chicane and went in Nigel Mansell style. So quick on the turning.
Staley with the inbounds to Josh Martin. Martin pressured by Walker. And Isaiah Staley dishes to Tony Smith for the easy score.
Genius pass right there, got caught in the pincer move.
Second goal of the night for Lieutenant Colonel Tony Smith. Grimm met by Staley. In the backcourt, here's Holly, chased by Smith. A wide open Greg Walker could not reel in the pass, and that ball's going to go over to SOCOM.
Very interesting right now to see Air Force being challenged like this from SOCOM right out of the gate. Chance for Grimm or Holly. Fetch this ball and redirect.
Here's Holly. Grimm goes to the right corner.
Oh!
And a pass to Carly James is errant, and it's picked off in the middle of the key by Jake Anthony.
Anthony got a little skyward on that deflection.
Tony Smith competing in 7 events in this year's Warrior Games.
Yeah, we talk so much about the energy needed to play these games back to back, but imagine going every day, different sports. Oh, and some good pressure by James on the defense.
Josh Martin could not get a hold of the pass, and Carly James intercepted it. Now she's looking for an outlet, and Staley's going to get back and recover. It's a turnover. Here comes Tony Smith. He's got Josh Martin on the left wing, but Smith's going to take it in himself.
And just like that, 4-1, SOCOM.
Air Force needs a timeout here, and they're not going to take it.
Oh, and Holly going in. Look at the ferocity of this defense on SOCOM.
Tony Smith barrels right past Carly James and past Greg Walker, and he gives it to Isaiah Staley, to Jake Anthony for the score. What are we seeing?
And
there's the timeout.
Yeah, finally. Have to stop that momentum. The hemorrhaging. Get the tourniquet on. Get the refocus. Reestablish those plays that they're so good at. But watch Holly, just not afraid to go in, so hot and loaded, and takes the contact. But SOCOM doing such a good job moving the ball around, but really what I'm impressed about is on the defense, the pressure that SOCOM is giving to Air Force. They're really breaking up the plays, breaking any momentum that Air Force is starting to have. SOCOM is stopping it dead in its tracks.
So an uncharacteristically shaky start for Team Air Force. They're down 5-1 with 4:57 to go here in the first quarter. On court number 2, Marine Corps leads Navy 5-2 over on court number 2. The winner of that game will go for the gold medal. We're going to talk a little bit later, Pat, about the importance of that game for the Marine Corps. There's a lot to unpack in that game. There's a lot to play for. So that's going to be interesting to see it develop as we move forward. See on the side here, Jake Anthony getting some work done on one of his wheels.
And it just illustrates just how hard and devastating the impact these wheelchairs take.
Anthony's ready to roll, and so too are we. Air Force with possession.
Wow, Grimm.
Colton Grimm, man on a mission.
Oh, it was that first goal that Grimm got, following it up, same approach on goal point number 2.
Here's Staley, rammed by James. Staley looks like he's got a clean path, and he makes a great move. And he's called for the double dribble.
For a moment, I was going to say, approaching that play perfectly. Grimm again, will he find that ease of access, find that baseline?
Nice
Great
bounce pass to Holly. The art of the bounce pass. SOCOM up 2 with the ball. Isaiah Staley gets it over the timeline, looking for some help, and he's got Tony Smith. That's Jake Anthony, pressured by Holly, and he gets it to Joshua Martin, and Martin takes it over. First score of the contest for Josh Martin, bronze medalist in cycling yesterday, Captain Joshua Martin. Big collision by Staley and Holly right across the line, and here comes Colton Grimm, looking for a block, and he gets in between. What a move. He gets between Martin and Anthony for the score.
The way that Grimm is able to do that sidewinder approach where he redirects, doesn't lose any speed.
Got to keep into consideration the energy level that Air Force might not have after such an intense game.
Yeah.
And there's Darryl Holly with the steal to prove me wrong.
What? There we go.
Good catch and score by Greg Walker. And we've got a 6-5 SOCOM lead.
And this is boding well for Air Force, now bringing into 1 point.
Defense creates offense for Air Force.
Yeah.
And here's the pressure. Here comes Carly James. To Staley. Back to Staley. That beautiful play. And the officials blow the whistle.
There was some fast thinking by the Air Force defense on that. Definitely undergunned. Great break by Holly.
And we've got an infraction called on Air Force.
Illegal pass. So our questions, is it going to be a tight game? Already being answered. Got another tight, contentious competition on our hands, trying to establish the gold and bronze medal rounds.
And a long pass sails over Staley's head. Smith trying to get to it. Holly pressuring him, and Smith comes up with it. Smith gets boxed in.
Yeah. You hear the calls being yelled
coach.
out.
Yeah, coach calling for them to reset. There's only 5 seconds on the clock, and it's out of bounds.
This is good, though. This is the Air Force that we know. If they can keep this pressure on the defense and get those fast breaks, utilize Holly's speed, positioning of James and Grimm.
Inside a minute to play. Long pass into Tony Smith, and he pushes it over. Outstanding score by Tony Smith, his 4th of the game. Here comes Daryl Holly. Big collision by Craig Walker at the key. Holly looking for room, can't find it. He's going to try to get around the corner by a block by Walker.
No.
SOCOM defense tightens up.
Pace is relentless right now.
Air Force with the pressure in the backcourt. And it works. James with the steal to Walker to Holly. And they're going to give Holly the point on that for the defensive penalty. One-point game. SOCOM out on a break. Jake Anthony.
Oh! Nowhere to go.
Heavy collisions in the key. Holly looking for some space. Grimm trying to create some room for him. And we've got a 10-second violation in the lane. So a turnover for Air Force. 6 seconds to go here in the first quarter. SOCOM leads by 2. Anthony pressured by Walker.
Right to the hands.
So time expires here in the first quarter with SOCOM with a surprising 2-point lead.
After 1 quarter of play, Team SOCOM 8, Team Air Force 6.
And I venture to say that the fact that Air Force is down by 2, this could be the fire that they need to kind of re-tap into that heated approach that we saw that they had to bring out in the previous matchup that went to overtime.
So the winner of this game advances to the gold medal game, and whoever loses will go to the bronze medal game. So not only is that true for here, Pat, it's also true on court 2 behind us, where the Marine Corps is taking on the Navy, and Navy finds itself in a hole down 10-7 after 1 quarter of play. Who would have predicted that?
I wouldn't predict Navy being down after the level of play that we saw for them in their matchup with Air Force. Yeah, and it's one of those things. The format. You have this flawless record. It's the one game that could spell either gold or bronze. Yeah.
So interestingly enough, the only upset that we have had in seeded play was the Marine Corps beating Army. Army was seeded 4th, Marine Corps was 5th. Marine Corps beat them by 15. They gave Navy their toughest test to date prior to Navy's last game. Only lost by 2. So the Marine Corps was sitting back waiting for their opportunity to get another shot at Navy, and they got it, and right now they're taking full advantage of it with a 3-point lead. So both teams, both winners here on court 1 and 2 will advance to the gold medal game. Losers of both courts will play for the bronze medal at 3:30 Pacific time tomorrow. Gold medal game will come up at 5:30 Pacific, and with the medal ceremonies to follow. Eight-6 is your score. SOCOM with a surprising early lead on the top-ranked Air Force.
And so Nebraska now in for Air Force. Fresh set of arms.
Carly James will inbound for Air Force. Quick move by Daryl Holly to get open, and now he is in the clear, but he gets boxed up by Isaiah Staley just that quickly. Pressured by Smith. Walker comes in.
Oh, beautiful snag. Nebraska with that deft touch on the hands.
Moses Nebraska with his first score of the day, or of the game, I should say. A little problem with the inbounds pass for SOCOM, and that's a turnover. Referee says Tony Smith was on the line, and that ball will go over to Air Force. Down 1. This is Nebraska. Back to James. Holly following James. And he slipped through. Daryl Holly, almost, it seemed a gauntlet, but he was able to slip through Roger Hopkins and Tony Smith. We've got a tie game.
He's trying to get the ball back before going through midcourt. Having a good laugh about it. He's like, my bad.
Tony
James.
Smith brings it home again.
And Smith, yeah, we're really stealthy with that redirect.
Tony Smith with his 5th score. SOCOM back on top. Carly James to Holly. Holly with a full head of steam. No one's catching him. Daryl Holly unofficially with 4 scores here in the first half.
Yeah, when Holly finds that speed, it's jaw-dropping. How fast he can accelerate.
Here comes Roger Hopkins, and that's a good score for SOCOM. Master Sergeant Roger Hopkins putting his name in the scorebook. Holly, look, great defensive play by Tony Smith. Back to Holly, though. 20 to play. Holly looking for some room. And it was a great feed to Carly James.
Love that angle, utilizing deep on the baseline. It's almost like going under the rack, that approach.
Game tied at 10. Backcourt pressure by Air Force. Staley's able to get it up to Hopkins. Holly trying to impede his progress. James with a collision with Hopkins on an outstanding defensive play. Josh Martin trying to handle the loose ball. He gets it back to Staley. 15 on the clock. Here comes Staley, and he glides through.
Staley has his perseverance, the way that he's able to push through. Some serious, serious fights.
First
from Air
score
Force
of the day. Holly cut off by Hopkins. And an easy pass to Moses Nebraska.
Holly is getting on this laser guided passing. It's really great to see when he's on point. Things got a little loose in our previous matchup with Navy. Passing got a little too comfortable in that fourth quarter.
And a great defensive play there by Carly James. Tony Smith had difficulty getting past her, could not advance the ball over the 12-second, or for the 12-second violation.
You heard the audible scream from James. Definitely happy getting that call.
Staley trying to box
again.
in Holly.
Oh, just couldn't get it over to James again. Nebraska
Holly
providing that screen right.
Oh, and he's
almost through.
Holly did not get in. But a pass over to Greg Walker.
No.
Trying to fight his way in, but Josh Martin not letting him get in there. And we've got a whistle.
Some serious entanglement right there.
Air Force gets the timeout.
Well, hats off to SOCOM, providing that defense that's really thwarting some opportunities for Air Force to get any advantage and, you know, build a lead at this point. It's been an incredible back and forth with just 4.5 on the clock. I'm really impressed with what SOCOM is putting up on the boards.
.435 to go here in the first half. Tied at 11. Top-seeded Air Force getting all they can handle by SOCOM. Over on court 2, the Marine Corps holding to a 3-point advantage over second-seeded Navy. That would be the upset of the tournament. Here's Holly. Trying to follow the block of Colton Grimm, but he's getting pestered in the back by Staley. Gets it to Grimm for the score.
Smart handoff there by Holly to Grimm. Oh, and
that pass is way out of the reach of Isaiah Staley.
And it's with errors like that, if Air Force can capitalize on each of those, this is where their lead comes from.
Air Force with their first lead of the game.
There it is.
Daryl Holly's going to extend it. 5th goal of the first half by Daryl Holly.
A creative corner approach. Such a staple in Holly's game.
Here's Roger Hopkins trying to weave his way across the timeline, and he's not going to make it, Pat. Sensational defense by Greg Walker.
Yeah. Walker was going double time to stay in step. Wow. Perfect lob approach to Grimm. This is just exactly how you want to get the ball as you're in motion. Grimm making it look effortless.
Colton Grimm on a mission today.
Holly's really, really keeping this team energized.
We've got an equipment timeout here in the key. Looks like Colton Grimm and Tony Smith locked horns. Holly looking for any type of entrance. The block by Walker, bumping heads with Martin, and Holly's going to take it around the corner.
That Jay fish hook, how he's able to turn, snap around the cul-de-sac and make the corner. Holly is just incredible when it comes to that speed and that turn.
Air Force starting to flex its muscles.
Wow.
A tangle up between Daryl Holly and Sergeant First Class Jake Anthony.
Lots of contact, getting a little warm and fuzzy on that. Let's take a look at this contact. You could see, and Holly just got locked and loaded, and you could see the belt on the chair.
Looked like he got his arm locked in there as well.
Yeah.
Air Force with a 3-point lead and the ball. Under 2 minutes to go in the first half. The winner goes to the gold medal game. Holly getting some pressure. Soft pass into Carly James, but a little too far. Josh Martin defensively for SOCOM.
James disappointed. She knew that was just out of reach.
SOCOM making a push and a big hit by Colton Grimm and a steal by Daryl Holly. He's got Grimm on the right side and he's going to try to out-hustle the defense, and he does.
Good luck trying to catch Holly when he taps into that mock speed.
Inside a minute to go here in the first half. Air Force with their biggest lead. And SOCOM's got to burn a timeout.
And it's really going to be the test, those turnovers. Air Force can keep that heat up and stop SOCOM from converting.
So here on court one, Air Force trying to stretch their lead. 4 points so far over SOCOM. Daryl Holly really making his name made again with 7 goals here in the first half. Check out on court number 2 in the other race for the gold medal game, the Marine Corps hanging on to a 2-point lead over second-seeded Navy. Just over a minute left in that first half. Marine Corps really playing with purpose, Pat. And we're back on the court here. Over on court 1. Little confusion going on the sideline. SOCOM has a couple of players misnumbered. They're trying to get that corrected on the official score sheet. Official over there talking to the head coach of SOCOM, trying to get it all squared away. Hopefully we'll get some clarification momentarily. we've got some clarification to start. Yeah, looks like number 27, Hamilton Cook, was wearing number 3, or was listed as number 3 on the roster. They've adjusted that, which is good. And the second number correction will be Justin Radbill. Specialist Justin Radbill is wearing number 35 instead of listed 34. So we've made that correction, and we should be back underway. Lieutenant Colonel Tony Smith on the inbounds for SOCOM. Trailing by 4. Just over 53 seconds left in the first half. Smith looking for Roger Hopkins. He is bottled up by Daryl Holly. He's got to throw it out into a sea of red. And that's going to be a turnover. Could not get the inbounds in time, so Air Force will take possession with just under 53 seconds to go here in the first half.
And John, it's those errors that we saw that was established and given the opportunity for Air Force to climb to the lead. Grimm sees an opening, he takes it.
That looked too easy for Colton Grimm. Air Force with a 5-point lead. And here's Josh Martin. So a great defensive effort by Daryl Holly, but as a result, that score is still going to count. Josh Martin with his second.
You have to honor the spirit, the attempt.
They've reached halftime over on court 2. The Marine Corps still with a 3-point lead over Team Navy. That upset is brewing. Navy, the defending silver medalists. Marine Corps was the 5th seeded team in this tournament, making a name for themselves. Here's Colton Grimm. Air Force on a charge, and Tony Smith's not going to get him.
Wow. And even Holly in the penalty box, Air Force able to convert.
SOCOM still on the power play. Let's see if they can capitalize. Jake Anthony has it batted away by Carly James. There's Tony Smith. He's got Josh Martin all alone, and Martin wheels it in for the easy score. Josh Martin, an ultimate champion in the Warrior Games.
Another wheel change.
Josh Martin, already a bronze medalist in cycling yesterday. He's competing in 9 sports.
I mean, just the sheer stamina that's needed for 10 days of competition.
And he just got out of the field events earlier today.
Yeah.
Ten seconds left to go here in the first half. Here's Colton Grimm with a hard charge.
Oh, he's got
5 seconds and he can't get there. Roger Hopkins with a good wall as time expires in the first half. So a great start by SOCOM. They jumped out to the early lead, but Air Force was able to flex their muscles with a good charge as they take a 4-point lead into the halftime break. Let's take a look at the highlights. Daryl Holly really doing a great job. So too was Colton Grimm, as you'd expect. There was SOCOM with the early lead.
Well, SOCOM really establishing the pace of the game and was doing a good job at holding Air Force off. It was SOCOM with all the momentum, kind of taking charge. But eventually, Grimm and Holly starting to find those opportunities, and I have to give credit to Holly, really keeping that energy high when you could tell they were visibly frustrated. just how much in the hole they were, surprisingly, from the get-go, and they had to climb just to get to this point. And it was really taking advantage of those conversions. And Holly's hustle apparent. You talk about that speed, he's uncatchable. He finds that lane. No stopping Holly.
Let's go back to the courtside and speak with Lizzie Smith. She's always talking to great people.
That's me. I am here with another great person. I have Jenny here from Team SOCOM, and she is their head swim coach. She let me know that there's actually a long-standing SOCOM Air Force rivalry. Isn't that right?
Oh, yes, definitely, 100%.
Tell us a little bit about what happened last year at the swim relay to kind of build this sense of competition, if you will.
Well, we came out of nowhere. They didn't expect SOCOM to win the team relay, but we showed them we're SOCOM. We just went right under the radar, and they knew after we finished.
There we go. So we've got a great competition today. Obviously, Saturday, one to look forward to as well. But as you prepare for that, you've been at all of the events, cheering your team on. What does it mean for you to be involved in SOCOM?
Oh, it is just an honor. These guys, this is all about their mission, recovery. We're continuing the mission, and through Adaptive Sports, we're able to help them continue the mission. It's just very life-changing, not only for our athletes, but for the coaches as well, and all that are involved. And, you know, if you're out there watching this, you need to get involved, because these guys, this is the reason why we have the freedoms that we have, is because of these guys.
You heard it.
Support them.
You heard it here first. Time to get involved, time to show your support, and we will be right back with even more action in just a brief moment. Thanks so much, Jenny.
Go SOCOM!
The soldiers of the U.S. Army stand watch around the clock, across the globe. They face a uniquely challenging lifestyle. That's where U.S. Army family and morale, welfare, and recreation plays a critical role, with programs designed to enhance their quality of life. Corporate partnerships with Army MWR are a powerful tool to weave your brand into military life experiences of today's well-educated and brand-loyal soldiers. Build your brand with the strength of the U.S. Army.
We're back courtside at the Vice Admiral Martin Fitness Center here at Naval Air Station North Island in beautiful San Diego, California. John Magrino along with Pat Parnell. We've got a 4-point Air Force lead here on Team SOCOM. The winner goes to the gold medal game. Loser heads to the bronze medal match. And over on court 2, 4-point lead for Team Marine Corps. So we'll be excited to see what the matchup is tomorrow afternoon. Leading scorers for Team Air Force in the first half, we had Colton Grimm and Daryl Holly both tallying 7 scores each. Leading scorer for Team SOCOM was Tony Smith, led the charge with 5 scores. Be interesting to see how Team SOCOM comes out of the gate here, Pat, trying to get themselves back in. I mean, a 4-point lead is not catastrophic, but as we all know, against Air Force, trying to get back into any lead is difficult.
I expect a little more heat following this, going into this quarter. Expect a little more force from the Air Force, if you will. The likes of Nebraska and a lot of the other players that we didn't see a lot of action in the first half, but expect volume to be turned up.
20 minutes of wheelchair rugby left. And an easy score for Jake Anthony. That's a good start.
Oh, lucky with the tip and the touch.
Good work by Chris Farrell.
Yeah.
Josh Martin for SOCOM. Battling his way through. Got Chris Farrell in his path. Isaiah Staley, and there's a turnover in the key. Nebraska with a Hail Mary pass. And that's a great play. Chris Farrell picked that up. It looked like it might go too far, and he might not be in, but it looked like it worked.
The play is not over till it's over, and that was some great hustle. And just like that, 6-point lead. And this is what Air Force does. The way that they can keep their momentum. Before you know it, you're looking at a 10-point deficit.
Officials are at the scorer's table. We're going to check and see if the score is accurate. SOCOM is contesting. They believe that they should have 15 on the scoreboard. The officials are coming up to take a look at the official score sheet. Over on court 2, while we're in this break here, court 2, the Marine Corps holding to a 24-21 lead over Navy, coming up on 5 minutes and 20 seconds to go. A lot of thunder behind us, Pat.
Yeah, equally as contentious, and for a gold medal round berth, either gold or bronze for winner and loser of that game as well. The stakes getting higher with each bracket as we move forward towards the medal round.
Five-point lead for Team Marine Corps. Navy finding themselves in a little bit of a jam here. Trying to get the lob pass in there, and it doesn't go, and that ball's going to go back over to the Marine Corps. That's what's going on over in court number 2. Back here, back home at court 1, the officials have adjusted the score, and SOCOM's challenge was accurate. So Air Force has a 5-point lead. SOCOM with possession, under 9 minutes remaining in the third. This is Isaiah Staley. Passes over to Jake Anthony.
Anthony going for the hole, gets denied.
And because of that, Josh Martin is wide open. Excellent play.
Surprised there was no pressure on him in the corner like that.
Fourth score for Josh Martin. Here's Daryl Holly. Air Force with a 4-point lead. He's cut off by Isaiah Staley as he tried to slip around the left corner. Brings it back under 20 on the game clock. I should say on the play clock. Holly driving in on the right side. Intercepted by Tony Smith. Outstanding play on defense by Smith, and he's pushing hard down the middle of the court.
Defensive foul.
Yeah, that's a defensive foul. On the breakaway, they're going to award Tony Smith the point. SOCOM cuts the lead, cuts the deficit to 3. And here's Holly. Daryl Holly with a bounce and a push, and he's in.
That uncanny ability to find those pockets. Holly always showing a lot of patience. And a breakaway.
Isaiah Staley, and Holly can't get him. Second goal of the game for Isaiah Staley. Moses Nebraska to Chris Farrell. To Daryl Holly. Big collision by Nebraska and Tony Smith, and Holly trying to get his way in, and he does.
There's no stopping that when you can move and you can turn that quick.
Just doesn't seem fair.
The maneuverability of Holly, his ability to redirect like that and sneak with inches to spare.
Remarkable. Staley trying to get around Farrell, and he gets it to Tony Smith, who glides in inside the right pylon. Tony Smith with 7 scores so far here in the third quarter. Under 6 minutes to go. 3-point lead for Air Force.
Things getting
Ever notice when Nebraska is in, the collisions are louder?
Indeed. A lot of pressure against Holly. SoCon doing a good job breaking it up.
So a turnover, or I should say an infraction committed by Air Force, gives possession back to SoCon. Carly James checks back in along with Colton Grimm. And here's the outlet to Tony Smith, and he hits hard with Daryl Holly. There's a turnover. Loose ball could not be handled by Jake Anthony. Grimm comes up with it.
Grimm really waiting to get the green light on that.
Here comes Grimm. Smith waiting for him. Cuts off the lane, and he gets a block by Holly and slides in right behind him. Outstanding maneuver.
Textbook teamwork by Holly and Grimm on that play.
We got a full timeout called by SoCon.
Definitely trying to stop that momentum. We see once Air Force gets going, it's really difficult to impede their forward progress. They're so good at capitalizing on those missed opportunities by SoCon.
Take a look over at court 2. We have a 4-point Air Force lead here on 1. Court number 2 looks like it's starting to go the Marine Corps' way. Their lead is stretched to 6. Approaching the 1-minute mark. You can see the visible frustration on some of the Navy players, Pat. Certainly did not expect to be trailing by 6 points to a team they beat.
Safe to say, if Navy loses this game, it would be the biggest upset of the entire match.
Unquestionably. And the Marine Corps takes it in again. Their lead is now 7. Back to court 1. 4-point lead for Air Force, and there's Daryl Holly in the clear, and he's going to coast in.
Holly with the last 4 points for Air Force.
I have him down as 10 scores for the match so far. And there's a steal by Holly.
Thought that was legal with the tip away.
Well, they did get the steal, but I think they called the 12-second violation first. 5-point lead for Air Force. Under 4 minutes to go in the third. Holly looking for some break in the wall here. And we've got a defensive foul in the key, and that's going to be a point for Air Force.
So now a 6-point lead for Air Force.
And that clock just ticks down faster and faster when that lead builds higher and higher. Here's Isaiah Staley for SoCon. Josh Martin on the other end, and he can't get it to him. But he gets it into Justin Radbill. Good work.
Perfect flick to Radbill. And Radbill, great job being in that open slot.
Here's Colton Grimm for Air Force. He is stuffed by Isaiah Staley, but they're going to call a penalty in the box. And that point's going to be given to Air Force. Six-point advantage for Team Air Force. Over on court 2, the Marine Corps was going to be taking a 5-point lead into the fourth quarter. They lead second-seeded Navy 30-25. The upset is brewing. (26-21) your score here. Daryl Holly says, I think it's going to be 27.
Another smart goal. SOCOM calling for a sub, but play continues.
Justin Radbill. And he's going to skate it in, but he's met by Daryl Holly. Excellent defense by Air Force. Back to Isaiah Staley. His path is cut off by Colton Grimm. Staley looking for room. Looking. Greg Walker trying to box him in. The pass behind to Josh Martin. He's trying to fight his way in, but Carly James is having none of it.
Putting up an incredible roadblock. You saw just the force of James holding on, holding her ground in that corner. There is no way that James was going to let that pass. Watch, hits it in reverse, locks it in, lays back like she's in a chaise lounge on vacation. He's not going anywhere.
So a play clock violation gives the ball back to Air Force, and we are under a minute to go. And Daryl Holly tries to get around Roger Hopkins, can't do it. Looking for a Carly James block, and he's getting boxed in there by Josh Martin and Tony Smith. He's going to bring it back out with 20 on the play clock. 35 to go in the third quarter. Air Force with a 6-point lead. We've got a violation in the key, and SOCOM is giving away points.
Third one in a row. Paying dividends for Team Air Force.
7-point advantage. SOCOM burns a timeout here with 27.4 seconds left in the third. Air Force with their largest lead of the game.
And you know SOCOM at this point, they know it's within their grasp. They know they've kept it tight in earlier rounds. But Air Force, once they find that rhythm, so difficult to stop.
They could just beat you in so many ways. We've seen it the entire tournament. If it's not Holly, it's Colton Grimm, Carly James. Moses Nebraska only has 2 scores in this game, but you know he's due. He's going to get a few more. Talented roster.
3-point game now behind us.
Marine Corps still taking it to Navy. Coming up on 8 minutes to go over on court number 2. We're back in action here on court 1.
Contact midcourt. these competitors just so committed, not afraid of the contact.
That was Ivan Morera, number 4, who took the spill. He's back up. And Jake Anthony tries to sneak his way through.
A little hooked up there with James.
Just under 11 seconds to go here in the third quarter. This is Jake Anthony. Clock ticking down. 5 seconds. Anthony getting boxed out by Holly. Long pass over to Tony Smith, and they can't get in.
No. Grimm saying right at the last second. Swearing down.
We've got an injury over on the side. I think that's Carly James, Pat. I did not see the collision.
Well, there was contact as they were trying to block that play. So
Looks like they're trying to remove her glove.
Just illustrates the type of contact that these players expose themselves to.
She's in a lot of pain. You can see it. She's in a lot of pain there.
We'll keep you updated on James' condition there. Those of you just joining us, a little contact on the baseline as they were coming in for the score attempt. Not sure if there was. So it was that previous goal. If you can watch to the left of your screen, that's Carla James. And as both players were coming in, you see. So watch James and her left hand. Play switched over, so. So James is out.
So James will, she's going to go to the sideline. She's tough, though. Expect her back in the game. So after 3 quarters of play, Air Force with their largest lead of the game. SOCOM's got to make a move early here, but Air Force will take possession. And here's Daryl Holly. Holly wheels his way around, and what a beautiful play.
Playing a chess game.
12 score the game.
Yeah.
12 scores for Daryl Holly. Tony Smith having a little bit of difficulty with the inbound, if it gets it to Hamilton Cook. Cook tries to make his way around. He's going to be met by Greg Walker. And the pass, which was intended for Tony Smith, is intercepted by Daryl Holly. And Holly pushes his way across the timeline, and he's going to take it to the house.
Like an F-14, once his afterburners kick in, there's just, what can you do? What can you do when Holly's moving at that speed?
Air Force's lead grows to 9. Marine Corps still hanging on over on court 2 with a 3-point lead over Navy. This is Tony Smith. Doesn't have much help. Gets it to Hamilton Cook. And Cook trying to get towards the corner, but he's cut off by Colton Grimm. Air Force getting stronger as the game goes on. Josh Martin checks back in for SOCOM, replacing Ivan Morera. No rush for Air Force.
Holly taking his time.
And that's why Colton Grimm wide open.
The old Holly Grimm 1-2 combo.
10th goal of the game for Colton Grimm. Be exciting to see Grimm and Holly in wheelchair basketball as well if they've got this type of chemistry.
No chance for Holly to get untangled and post up any defense on that.
Jake Anthony with the score for SOCOM. So a 9-point lead for Team Air Force over on court number 2. Navy has closed the gap to 2. Marine Corps holding a 32-30 lead with 4:05 left.
Yeah, and for Navy to be in this situation when they just really had Air Force on the ropes, it'll be a staggering upset if Marine Corps can take the win over Navy. Now a 3-point game.
You know, Pat, you just knew that when the Marine Corps lost to Navy by 2, that they were just chomping at the bit to get back in action against them. Give us another opportunity and let us show you what we can do, and they're doing that right now.
So some fresh arms subbing in for Air Force.
Air Force's lead grows to 10.
Watching the right of your screen, the Marine Corps Navy game, it is going to come down to fractions of a second here. The last few minutes here, just a 2-point game. Could we possibly see another overtime?
It's a 1-point game. Navy trying to get themselves back in, but Marine Corps is going to skate in untouched and push that lead back to 2. .235 left on court 2. The Marine Corps with a 2-point lead over Navy. Back here on court number 1, SOCOM with the charge. That's Isaiah Staley.
Yeah. Staley.
Pretty play by SOCOM.
Pass. Yeah.
SOCOM cuts the deficit to 9. Coming up on 2 minutes to play in our other game. Marine Corps now back up by 2 over Navy. Battling for the right to play for gold. Here comes Jake Anthony. He coasts in for an easy score, his 5th.
Uncontested on that. Appears Air Force taking a little bit more relaxed approach. They like the feel. Slight
35-34 Marine Corps, 1:20 remaining.
And Navy has to stop these attacks. And defensive fouls, giving away 3 points isn't going to help.
1 minute to play on court 2. The Marine Corps with a 2-point lead. The stunning upset in the making. Nice defensive play on court 1 by Roger Hopkins. But that freed up Colton Grimm for the easy score. Timeout on court 2. 2-point lead for the Marine Corps. Easy score by Chris Farrell. Air Force having their way. This is Roger Hopkins for SOCOM.
Oh.
To Jake Anthony, and he couldn't handle the pass. A little bit behind him.
Oh.
52 seconds left to go on court 2. The Marine Corps clinging to a 2-point advantage.
Yeah. Navy
coming
at
out
this
of a
point
timeout
needs to make not one mistake, and they need to move fast on this goal. They need to score.
Here's Andrew Garcia,
just like that.
and he
now
cuts the lead to 1.
They need to force the turnover. The pressure needs to be everywhere at this point. Clock is ticking down. If Gomez can get this, so close, so close. And this is huge. The fact that Navy has possession now, 36 on the clock, a 1-point game. Can they force it to overtime? This set play has to be pitch perfect.
So we've got a timeout over here on court 2. The Marine Corps hanging on desperately to a 1-point lead. 36.4 seconds left. Navy's got possession.
And this is where all the practice, all the training, those set plays, this is where it comes to fruition. They need to throw together the perfect plan here to stop Marine Corps. If Marine Corps gets the win here, it'll be the biggest upset, as we've said, of the match. Winner of this game goes right directly to the gold medal round. The loser stings. It's bronze medal round.
Looking at both huddles, Pat, Marine Corps very, very confident. Navy equally confident. They've been here before. They know what to do.
My eyes are focused on Cervantes and Gomez.
36.4 seconds on the clock. 1-point lead for Marine Corps. Can they hang on and stun the field? Here's Andrew Garcia.
Oh, is it enough?
Outstanding defensive effort by Marine Corps. Here's Cervantes. 24 seconds to go.
Can he get it? Can he get across? And there it is. We have a tie game.
Chris Lawrence with the score. 19 seconds left. Tie game.
And you can see just the face of Cervantes. So much drain left on the court.
Under 15 seconds to go.
Look at the pressure.
Pierre Sturgis pushing hard for the goal, and he gets it! Pierre Sturgis! 5.5 seconds left. 1-point lead for Marine Corps. Listen to that Marine Corps crowd. And a timeout called by Navy.
Unbelievable play on both courts. The fact that Navy finds himself, Sturgis, the speed once he got the ball here, watch how he takes off. And with that, keeping Marine Corps' hopes alive for the gold medal round.
You know, Pat, everybody loves the goal. I also love the assist. I got to give it credit to Donald Burns. In traffic, has the awareness to throw it out ahead to Sturgis, who takes it home. Outstanding teamwork.
The big question, what could Navy possibly do within 5 seconds? I mean, Hail Mary approach.
Going to be a tall order.
You can anticipate Marine Corps is going to put on the pressure like they've never done before.
Court number one is down to 30 seconds. And now a 13-point lead for Team Air Force over Team SOCOM. So Air Force is going to advance to the gold medal game. And they're going to take on the winner of this game. Will it be the Marine Corps? Here's the inbound. Cervantes.
Inbound, mid-court. You see Gomez really applying the pressure.
Cervantes deep to Garcia. 4 seconds. 3, 2. And he got it! Chris Lawrence got in! Tie game with 1 second left.
No!
And the clock never started, so the officials are coming over to the table. So the officials are going to clean up the confusion. The play clock stopped at 1.1 and did not start when the Marine Corps tried to inbound the ball. So they got it across the timeline, but the clock never started. So they called everybody over, the coaches and the players. And they'll try to figure this out.
All but unofficial, but that's up to both teams. I was slack-jawed in our previous game. Now my jaw is completely on the floor in terms of what I just witnessed from Navy and Marine Corps. The back and forth, under a 50-second mark, three goals scored. That's just unbelievable.
Have not seen that yet.
No.
Unbelievable. And I'll tell you this. How great is this, right? This game is going to go to overtime. Right, you can't score over the second.
Yeah.
This game is Navy's going to be competing in 2 overtime games in a row.
Well, and wow, the pressure on Navy because they've had such a flawless record, you know, except for the last loss against Air Force, which are defending champs. What a road. What a road to the gold medal round. And just to remind everyone, when it does go to overtime, it's going to be that golden goal rule. So official score, Air Force 38, SOCOM 25. Air Force will be going to the gold medal round, SOCOM to the bronze. The next question, who will be the team punching their ticket to the gold medal round? Will it be Marine Corps? Will it be Navy? We're now in yet another, our second overtime situation of the day. These kind of moments in wheelchair rugby, they don't happen all that often, and when you have it happen twice in one day, you consider yourself lucky as a fan. This is incredible, incredible play.
Elation on one end, heartbreak on the other. Sudden death overtime. Donald Burns in the circle for the Marine Corps. Christopher Lawrence for Navy. 3-minute overtime period. First goal wins.
And I just saw Cervantes and Gomez have this nod, this look, assuring we've got this.
Silver medalist in 2022 in Orlando. Navy was down by 2 scores and battled their way back to tie with 1 second left on the clock. Are they the team of destiny?
So many pivotal moments in that last 2 minutes of play. Really defining it, forcing an overtime situation.
Team Air Force gathered on the sideline, checking out the end of this game right here on court 2, as they should. Team SOCOM doing the same. Crowd is on its feet, intensity is palpable.
Semper Fi bringing a lot of the energy into this house tonight, but Navy as well. I've had a very, very successful campaign getting to this point. Our referees having last words with the coaches.
To your point earlier, Pat, see a lot of the Navy guys looking at each other, nodding. They know what they're going to. You need one goal. So you get the tip and you run your play.
And then I look over at Sturgis. I see that confidence as well. He's wearing it on his sleeve. You know, there's no lack of grit and determination on the Marine Corps side or the Navy side, and that's why, because of that, that is why we're in overtime. Beautifully matched lineup here as well.
Still some discussion going on over here at the table. They've sent both squads back to their respective sidelines. 37 all, overtime. Here at the 2023 Warrior Games Challenge Wheelchair Rugby Tournament.
So coaches still deliberating with our officials. Make sure all the boxes are checked. Double checking formats.
Pat, do you like the idea of the golden goal, or would you prefer? Do you like the idea of the golden goal, or would you prefer to have them play a full 40?
It's a tough one. You never want it to come down to penalties, but golden goal, I think it works. It works. I want to see more wheelchair rugby, but I'm guilty pleasure. All these guys, they're the ones that have to do the playing. So I think it's fair in terms of the wear and tear, and especially when you have players playing, sometimes 2-3 games in one day, back to back. So.
And truth be told, when you've got a set tournament time and games need to be started in order, let's go to the table and hear what's going on.
There we go. We should go with the coach, okay? 3 minutes, 1 timeout, 4 timeout each. Yeah. Hey, we only have 1 timeout, all right? No, we got 2. No, 3 timeouts.
It's actually good that we were talking about whether or not we like the idea of the sudden death overtime, because they've just told us that it'll be a full 3 minutes of overtime. So there you have it.
Well, we stand corrected, and we get what we actually wanted, which was more play. So
what it really means is that our opinion doesn't matter. So let's enjoy it. A full 3 minutes.
Here we go.
And there's the tip.
Cervantes hustling, trying to get that before it. No!
Out of bounds.
Big
and that's
opportunity.
Go to the Marine Corps. So we had a little bit of confusion because our last game was decided by the sudden death goal, but apparently in the medal rounds, it's a full 3-minute overtime instead. Fair point, fair enough. We'll take it. Here's Pierre Sturgis, and he takes it home. Pierre Sturgis puts the Marine Corps up by 1. Christopher Lawrence looking for some room. Around the left side to Garcia.
Garcia, beautiful.
He's going to run it to Sturgis and over. Garcia goes over. Andrew Garcia going to be attended to.
the commitment on this angle and line and just getting clipped, flips up and over and takes an awfully hard hit to the side. And you can see Garcia was visibly shaken by that. And he's back up and rolling.
Good hand for Garcia as he gets back into the chair, and we are back in action. Under 2 minutes to go. Tied at 38 in overtime. This is Donald Burns. And Burns throws it ahead to McDonald, but it's stolen. Andrew Garcia boxed in, but he gets it across to Aaron Gomez. They're going to run out of time. There's the 12-second violation. A costly turnover for Navy.
And Gomez was well aware of that clock ticking down. You can see the frustration, disappointment on his face. He just didn't have anywhere open to go to. Oh, great strip away. Can he get
picked up by Travis Wyatt? Eric Cruz.
Beautiful screen by Gomez on that.
Andrew Garcia takes it around the left end and puts Navy back up by 1. Pierre Sturgis was all alone, but now Navy recovers on defense, and now he's got David Benitez on the right side. Here comes Benitez. He's got McDonald wide open. Patrick McDonald.
Tied at 39 with 41 on the clock. They need to think about this.
Oh, this could be huge.
Who's got the speed? Who's got the speed?
It's a scramble for Garcia and Sturgis. And in comes Cruz, and he picks it up, and he gets it to Gomez, and he loses the ball.
And I'm double checking if it's a defensive foul and a point is awarded. 40 points to Navy, 39 Marine Corps with 26 seconds. 26.8 seconds for Marine Corps to throw it into yet another overtime.
Costly error by the Marine Corps. 25 seconds ticking away on the clock. Marine Corps down by 1. This is Patrick McDonald, and he calls timeout.
Timeout called by Marine Corps.
19 seconds to go.
Standing room only. The atmosphere completely electric right now. Emotions couldn't be higher. Gold medal round hangs in the balance.
Who are you going to? Who are you going to, Pat? You're the coach in the huddle. What type of play are you setting up, and who's your go-to person?
For Marine Corps, I would say I'd get Sturgis. I'd go long to Sturgis and just huck and hope and pray.
Well, they're going to set up in the half court. That clock ticks away so quickly, though. Marine Corps, they look confident in their huddle. Navy all joining hands, getting themselves ready to go. Let's bring it out onto the court. 19 seconds to go. A chance to play for the gold medal. Patrick McDonald takes the inbound pass. Screaming towards the right side, cuts back left, looking for an entrance, and he can't get it. He's bottled up. 10 seconds to go. He gets it to Donald Burns, and it's batted away. Luis Cervantes knocked it away, and that'll do it. A spectacular comeback by Team Navy in overtime. An absolute heartbreak for Team Marine Corps.
What a critical swatting of the ball by Cervantes. Navy had to battle back. They had to dig deeper than they've dug in any competition, any matchup so far at this year's Warrior Games. And look at the smiles and the camaraderie. I think that says it all. The mutual respect these athletes have for one another.
And this reminds you of the end of a Stanley Cup match where teams beat each other up for the entire game, the entire series, and at the end, that mutual respect in the line, everybody slapping hands. There's a little, Marine Corps, every right to be upset. We understand that. But look at the appreciation and the respect for each team. You love to see it.
Well, if you look at my nails, there's no nails left. No nails. Absolute nail biter. So 2 overtimes leads us to our brackets.
So Air Force will take on Navy tomorrow Pacific time at 5:30. Bronze medal game will come first at 3:30. That'll feature SOCOM and the Marine Corps. That Navy Air Force game is going to be unbelievable, but so too will SOCOM and the Marine Corps. I should say the Navy Air Force game will be an outstanding gold medal game. It's what we expected coming in, but the Marine Corps had something to say about it. Pleasure to work with you, Pat. Unbelievable game. We had a phenomenal day. And we are going to kick it over to the sideline with Lizzie Smith. She's got some happy people.
I certainly do. I have a very happy coach here, the coach for Team Navy. Joe, how are you feeling? It was a tough day today.
Oh, man. Yeah, we're exhausted, but what an honor to coach that group. Fought really hard against Air Force. They're our rivals. They beat us the last 4 years, and so to come off that emotional loss in overtime, didn't play our best. Marines were whooping up on us. They did a great job there, and then they just never quit. Like, we ran out of things to do as coaches, and it's like, if you guys want this, you got to use your heart, and they did, and somehow came away with it. So it was pretty amazing, amazing to watch and be part of.
That was huge. Definitely incredible to watch. How does it feel going into the gold medal game?
Yeah, so hopefully they're going to get some good sleep tonight. Try to come off that high, and Air Force is really good. Troy McGirt coaches them. He was a long time assistant USA coach and coached a lot in the Warrior Games Invictus, and love that dude. I owe him a lot with the way I coach and everything like that. So Troy's amazing, and Air Force is a great team. But I mean, that's what we wanted, and it's going to be a fun, ruckus crowd tomorrow, I'm assuming. So it'll be good.
We can't wait for finals. We'll go let you celebrate with your team and get ready for tomorrow. Thank you for everything. And we have so much more action coming up for the next week of the Warrior Games Challenge. I hope you guys have a great night, enjoyed an awesome day of competition out here, and we'll see you tomorrow. You don't want to miss the finals.